Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. That first night I thought it was just the wind moving through the old heating ducts. But wind doesn't breathe. Wind doesn't pause between inhales and exhales like failing lungs fighting for air. And wind definitely doesn't know your name. I had rented the farmhouse in October, looking for a quiet place to write my next book. The real estate agent pitched it as rustic charm with modern amenities, which meant the electricity worked most of the time, and the internet was just stable enough for basic research. The previous owners had renovated the main floor and upstairs, but the basement remained untouched. The breathing started 3 days after I moved in. I was sitting at my desk around 11 p.m. trying to outline my next chapter when I heard it, a weak, rattling sound coming up through the floorboards. At first, I barely noticed it over the tapping of my keyboard, but once I heard it, I couldn't unhear it. The sound followed a pattern, a shallow inhale lasting about 3 seconds, a 2-second pause, then a shaky exhale that seemed to catch halfway through, like someone with pneumonia struggling to clear their lungs. I got up and walked around the first floor, pressing my ear against the heating vents. The sound was loudest near the basement door. I opened it and stood at the top of the stairs listening. The breathing stopped immediately. I flicked on the light switch, illuminating the bare bulb that hung from the ceiling down there. Nothing moved in the harsh yellow light. "Hello?" I called down. My voice echoed off the stone walls. No response. I went down the creaking wooden steps, checking each corner of the basement. Empty boxes from my move sat in one corner. The washing machine and dryer huddled against the far wall. A few garden tools leaned against the stones, but no animals, no squatters, nothing that could explain the sound. I blamed it on old pipes and went back upstairs. But the next night, same time, the breathing started again. This time I grabbed a flashlight and went straight down. Again, the sound stopped as soon as I opened the door. I spent an hour searching every inch of that basement, behind the boxes, under the stairs, around the water heater. I even checked outside, thinking maybe some animal had made a den near the foundation. Nothing. This pattern continued for 2 weeks. Every night between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. the breathing would start. Sometimes it lasted for hours if I ignored it, sometimes just a few minutes. Always the same labored rhythm. Always stopping the moment I investigated. I started recording it on my phone, playing it back for the local handyman who maintained the property. He suggested mice in the walls, but mice don't breathe that loud. The real estate agent brushed off my concerns, saying old houses make all kinds of noises. I called an HVAC specialist to check the heating system. He found nothing wrong. I tried to work through it. During the day, the house was perfectly normal. I could almost convince myself I was imagining things, but as soon as the sun set, the dread would start building in my stomach. I began avoiding the basement entirely, doing my laundry at the local laundromat instead. I plugged in air fresheners around the house to mask the musty smell that seemed to seep up through the floorboards at night. Last night, everything changed. I was sitting in my usual spot, trying to focus on my writing, despite the wet, rattling breaths coming from below. The sound had become almost routine, still unsettling but familiar. Then it shifted. The breathing grew faster, more irregular. Instead of the usual pattern, it came in quick, shallow gasps. My hands froze over the keyboard. In the 3 weeks I'd lived here, the breathing had never changed its rhythm. I felt the hair rise on the back of my neck as the gasping grew louder, more desperate. Then it stopped completely. The silence hit me like a physical weight. I sat perfectly still, straining to hear. My own heartbeat thundered in my ears. 1 second passed. 2, 3. Then I heard it. A whisper, so faint I almost missed it, floating up through the heating vent next to my desk. "Michael." My name. Just my name. Spoken in a dry, raspy voice like sandpaper on stone. I knocked my chair over, scrambling to my feet. The whisper came again, slightly louder. "Michael, I can smell you up there." I ran to the front door, grabbed my car keys from the hook. Behind me, the basement door swung open with a long creak. The whisper turned into a wet chuckle that seemed to come from the bottom of the stairs. "Michael, don't you want to see me?" I yanked open the front door and bolted outside in my socks. The November air hit me like a slap, but I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them twice before managing to unlock the door. As I slid behind the wheel, I looked back at the house. The porch light illuminated the open front door. Through the doorway, I could see the basement door standing wide open, a rectangle of absolute darkness. Something moved in that darkness. Something taking slow, dragging steps up the basement stairs. I started the car and peeled out of the gravel driveway, spraying rocks behind me. I drove straight to the nearest motel and got a room with my credit card. I'm sitting here now, writing this all down while it's fresh in my memory. The sun rose about an hour ago. I need to go back to the house. All my things are still there, including my laptop with 3 months of work on it. But here's the thing keeping me in this motel room. When I checked my phone after calming down, I found the voice memo app still running. I had started recording when the breathing pattern changed, operating on pure instinct. I figured no one would believe me without proof. I just listened to the recording. The breathing is there, clear as day, the gasping, the silence. But my name, the whispers, they're not on the recording. Just 3 minutes of dead silence after the breathing stops. I can't explain that. I know what I heard. But if those whispers weren't coming up through the heating vents, they must have been coming from right behind my chair. I've called the real estate agent and told her I'm terminating my lease immediately. She's threatening legal action. I don't care. They can keep my security deposit. They can sue me for the remaining rent. Nothing will make me spend another night in that house. But I do need to go back one last time in daylight to get my things. I'm sitting here watching the sun climb higher, telling myself I just need to walk in, grab what I need, and walk out. 10 minutes tops. I won't go near the basement door. I won't even look at it. I keep thinking about those dragging footsteps coming up the stairs, about how the whispers didn't come through the vents at all, about what might have been standing behind me, close enough to whisper in my ear while I sat frozen at my desk. The motel checkout is at 11 a.m. I've got 2 hours to work up my courage. 2 hours to convince myself I imagined everything. 2 hours to prepare myself to walk back into that house. But I know one thing for certain. Whatever waits in that basement knows I'm coming back. It knows I have to come back. And this time, it won't just whisper. I can feel it, even now, sitting in this bright motel room miles away. The same way I felt its presence growing stronger each night for the past 3 weeks. It's patient, it's hungry, and it knows my name. Maybe I'll just buy a new laptop. Update. For those asking what happened next, I did go back to the house, but not alone. I convinced 2 of my friends to come with me, and we went in the middle of the day. The basement door was still open, just like I'd left it. The house smelled normal, no trace of the musty odor from before. We got all my essential belongings out in about 15 minutes. Nobody went near the basement. I broke my lease and moved back to the city. The real estate agent eventually dropped her threats of legal action after 3 more tenants moved out within weeks of renting the place. Last I heard, the house is still on the market, listed as recently renovated farmhouse with rustic charm. Price reduced. Sometimes late at night when my apartment is completely quiet, I catch myself listening for that familiar rattling breath. So far I haven't heard it, but sometimes right as I'm falling asleep I remember something that makes me sit straight up in bed, my heart pounding. I never told the real estate agent my first name. We did everything through email and I signed everything as M. Anderson. So how did whatever was in that basement know to whisper Michael? The first time I noticed something was wrong, at Unit 247, was 3 weeks after I rented it. A box of Christmas decorations had moved 2 inches to the left. I know because I'm the kind of person who takes photos of everything on my phone, including the layout of my storage unit. I checked the picture 3 times. Someone had definitely touched that box. I stood in the fluorescent-lit corridor of safe and sound storage, key in hand, staring at the metal door. The air smelled like concrete dust and old cardboard. Unit 247 was at the end of a long row of identical orange doors, tucked away in a corner where the security cameras didn't quite reach. That's why I got it at a discount. The facility manager, Dave, had been upfront about the blind spot when I signed the lease. My wife, Sarah, thought I was crazy to rent a storage unit after the divorce. "Just sell everything," she said. "Start fresh." But I couldn't let go of 12 years of life that easily. So here I was, paying $89, $99 a month to keep old photo albums, furniture, and boxes of memories in a 10x10 concrete box. I unlocked the door and rolled it up. The metal rattled against the track. Everything looked normal at first glance. The stack of moving boxes along the back wall, the old leather armchair my grandfather left me, the plastic bins of summer clothes. But then I saw it. The Christmas box had definitely shifted. And there was something else. The layer of dust on top of the boxes was different, disturbed, like someone had run their hand across it. I pulled out my phone and took new pictures, comparing them side by side with the ones from 3 weeks ago. My hands were sweating. I wasn't crazy. Things had moved. The facility had a keypad entry system and security cameras at the main entrance. You needed a code to get in the gate and into the building, but once inside, anyone could walk the halls. I'd seen other renters coming and going. Maybe someone had the wrong unit number and tried to open my door by mistake. I checked the lock. No signs of tampering. I went through the boxes one by one, but nothing seemed to be missing. Just slightly shifted. The dust patterns were wrong. Even the air felt different, like someone else had been breathing it. I should have called the police right then, or at least reported it to the facility manager. But what would I say? Someone moved my Christmas decorations 2 inches to the left? They'd think I was losing it. After the divorce and losing my job, maybe I was. Sarah had certainly thought so. So I did what any rational person would do. I bought a motion-activated camera from Best Buy and hidden it behind some boxes, pointing at the door. The battery would last 2 weeks. If anyone came in, I'd know. A week passed. I checked the camera footage every day. Nothing. The boxes stayed exactly where they were. The dust settled in undisturbed patterns. I started to think I'd imagined the whole thing. Then, during my weekly visit to swap out some clothes, I found the journal. It was wedged between 2 boxes of kitchen supplies I hadn't unpacked yet. A plain black notebook, the kind you'd buy at CVS. No name on the cover. I'd never seen it before. My hand shook as I opened it. The first entry was dated 14 months ago, March 15th, 2023. Something's wrong with Unit 247. I know I left the boxes stacked against the back wall, but today they were 3 feet forward. The facility says no one else has access to my unit. The lock wasn't tampered with. Am I going crazy? I almost dropped the notebook. 14 months ago, someone else had rented this unit. Someone else had noticed the same things I was noticing now. I sat down in my grandfather's leather chair and kept reading. March 22nd, 2023. More movement today. The plastic bins are now on the left side instead of the right. I set up a camera, but the footage shows nothing. It's like the boxes move between frames. The air feels wrong in there. Heavy. Like someone's been waiting for me to leave so they can walk around. April 3rd, 2023. I found footprints in the dust today. Small ones, like a woman's or a child's. They started at the door and ended at the back wall. Just stopped. Like whoever made them vanished into the concrete. I took pictures, but when I looked at them later, the prints were gone. The photos just showed undisturbed dust. April 15th, 2023. I hear whispers sometimes when I'm in there. Not words exactly. More like the memory of words. Like someone spoke 5 minutes ago, and the sound is still bouncing off the walls. I asked the manager if anyone died in these units. He said no, but his eyes shifted when he said it. April 30th, 2023. Something touched me today. I was reaching for a box on the top shelf and felt fingers brush against my neck. Cold fingers. I turned around, but no one was there. The door was still closed. I'm moving everything out tomorrow. This isn't worth the $89.99 a month. May 1st, 2023. I tried to move out today, but the strangest thing happened. None of my boxes would go through the door. I'd pick them up inside the unit, but as soon as I got to the threshold, they'd get impossibly heavy. Like they were filled with concrete instead of old clothes and books. Even empty boxes felt welded to the floor when I tried to take them out. What's happening to me? May 2, 2023. The whispers are getting louder. They're saying my name now. I can almost make out whole sentences. Something about staying. Something about never leaving. I'm writing this from inside Unit 247. I can't seem to make myself walk out the door. My legs won't move. The air is so heavy. This will be my last entry. If anyone finds this, don't rent Unit 247. Don't. The entry ended mid-sentence. The rest of the notebook was empty. I checked the facility records later. No one had officially rented Unit 247 before me. The manager said it had been empty for over a year. I should have left right then. Moved everything out and never looked back. But I didn't. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was something else, something pulling me back. I started visiting more often. Every other day instead of weekly. I set up more cameras, better ones, with infrared and motion sensors. I mapped every box, every item, taking detailed photos and measurements. Something was happening in Unit 247, and I was going to figure out what. The changes were subtle at first. A box moved an inch to the right. A shirt fallen off its hanger. Dust patterns that didn't make sense. But they got more obvious as time went on. One day I found all the boxes had rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise. The next week, every single item in the unit had switched places with something else, like a mirror image of my original layout. The cameras caught nothing, just static and occasional blips of interference. Then the whispers started. I heard them first 3 days ago, just at the edge of hearing, like someone talking in the next room. I couldn't make out words, just the rhythm of speech. When I turned around or moved closer to the sound, it stopped. Yesterday I found footprints in the dust, small ones, just like in the journal. They led from the door to the back wall and vanished. I took pictures, but when I looked at them later, the prints were gone, just like the previous tenant described. Today I'm sitting in my grandfather's chair, writing this all down. The air feels thick, like water. The whispers are getting louder. I can almost make out words. Something about staying. Something about never leaving. My legs feel heavy. When I tried to stand up a few minutes ago, my muscles wouldn't respond. The door to Unit 247 is still open, but it looks wrong somehow. Distorted, like I'm seeing it through warped glass. The whispers are clearer now. They're saying my name. Telling me I'm home. Telling me I'll never have to leave again. Never have to deal with the divorce or the job hunting or the loneliness. I can stay here in Unit 247 forever. My hand is shaking as I write this. The pen feels heavier with each word. The air is pressing down, dense as concrete. I can barely lift my arms. If anyone finds this journal, don't rent Unit 247. Don't open the door. Don't. The facility manager found the storage unit empty 3 days later. The rent was paid up for the month, but the tenant had vanished. Left everything behind. Furniture, boxes, photos. The only strange thing was all the items had been pushed up against the walls, leaving a clear space in the center of the unit, like someone had been sitting there. They cleaned everything out and put Unit 247 back on the market. The new rate was $79.99 a month. A real bargain, the manager said. Perfect for someone going through a tough time who needed a place to store some memories. After all, the security cameras worked great and they had that fancy keypad entry system. What could possibly go wrong? Unit 247 is still available. The air inside smells like concrete dust and old cardboard, and sometimes if you stand very still and listen carefully, you might hear whispers. But that's probably just the ventilation system. Probably. The manager will give you a good deal if you sign a lease today. Just don't mind the dust patterns, or the footprints, or the way the boxes seem to move when you're not looking. It's only $79, $99 a month. Such a bargain for a $10 slice of forever. Just don't read any strange notebooks you might find, and whatever you do, don't start writing in them. The whispers are getting louder now. They know your name. They've been waiting for you. Unit 247 is ready for its next tenant. Are you ready for Unit 247? My hands are still shaking as I write this. I need to get it down while it's fresh. Everything at the Riverside Industrial Complex happened exactly as I'm about to tell it. I was there. I saw it. And I'm not crazy. It started 3 nights ago during my regular security shift at the old Morrison manufacturing building. The company converted most of the factory floor into modern office spaces last year, but they left the heavy machinery in the west wing. Said it would cost too much to remove it all. Insurance reasons or something. I didn't care. It was just another section I had to patrol. That night was dead quiet, like usual. Just the hum of the emergency lights and the occasional car passing on the highway outside. I'd done this route 100 times, lobby at 10 p.m., second floor at 11, factory wing at midnight. Clock in, walk through, check the locks, clock out. Same boring routine. I remember checking my watch as I unlocked the heavy metal door to the factory wing. 12:03 a.m. The door creaked. It always did, and I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, bouncing off the dusty machines. Rust-spotted drill presses lined the walls. Ancient conveyor belts snaked across the concrete floor. Metal catwalks crisscrossed overhead, their railings thick with cobwebs. My footsteps echoed as I walked the main aisle. The air felt thick and stale, with that mix of old oil and metal that never quite goes away. My flashlight beam swept left to right, checking the shadows between the machines. Nothing unusual. Then I heard it. A scraping sound, like metal dragging across concrete coming from the back corner. I froze. The sound stopped. "Hello?" My voice bounced off the walls. No answer. I played my flashlight toward the noise. Just the old assembly line and stacks of rusted parts. Probably just the building settling, I told myself. These old places make weird noises all the time. I took another step forward. The fluorescent emergency light above me flickered once, twice, then went dark. Now only my flashlight lit the space. That's when I saw the shadow. Not my shadow, this one moved on its own, sliding across the floor between 2 massive press machines. It was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin. And it moved like smoke, flowing rather than walking. My heart slammed against my ribs. I swept the flashlight back and forth, trying to catch whatever was casting it. Nothing, just machines and empty space. But when I looked back at the floor, the shadow was closer. A wrench clattered to the floor 10 feet to my right. I spun toward the sound, flashlight beam shaking. The wrench lay in the middle of the aisle. It hadn't been there during my sweep a minute ago. "Who's there?" "This is security. Show yourself." The only response was another tool falling, this time behind me. Then another to my left. Soon tools were dropping all around me, clanging against the concrete seemingly at random. My flashlight darted from spot to spot, but I never saw them fall. They just appeared on the floor as if thrown by invisible hands. I backed toward the exit, pulse pounding in my ears. The shadow kept pace, always just at the edge of my vision. Never fully visible, but always there. Then the machine started. It was the drill press first. The ancient motor groaned to life, the chuck spinning up to speed with a high-pitched whine. I knew that was impossible. The power had been disconnected months ago. But there it was, running at full speed, bits of rust flaking off as it turned. One by one, other machines clicked on. A bandsaw's blade hummed. Conveyor belts creaked into motion. The massive hydraulic press slammed down with a boom that shook the floor. The whole factory floor came alive with grinding gears and spinning metal. I ran. Forgot protocol, forgot pride, forgot everything except getting out. My feet pounded against the concrete as I sprinted for the exit. The machines seemed to speed up, their noise building to a deafening roar. Metal screamed against metal. The shadow raced along beside me, stretching up the walls, growing larger. The emergency lights exploded overhead in showers of sparks. Tools flew from their places, whizzing past my head. My hand hit the exit door and I shoved hard. It didn't budge. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice. The door finally burst open and I stumbled through, falling to my knees in the hallway. I kicked the door shut behind me and scrambled backward until I hit the far wall. The noise cut off instantly. Through the door's window, I could see the factory floor was dark and still. My flashlight beam, where I'd dropped it, showed only quiet machines and scattered tools. I sat there for a long time, trying to slow my breathing. My shirt was soaked with sweat. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. When I finally found the courage to stand, my legs felt like rubber. I retrieved my flashlight and did a final sweep of the factory floor. Everything was exactly as it had been at the start of my shift. The machines were cold and silent. The tools were all back in their proper places. Even the emergency lights were working normally. The only evidence anything had happened was a single wrench lying in the middle of the main aisle. When I went to pick it up, it was hot to the touch, as if it had been running at high speed. I finished my shift. What else could I do? I didn't report anything. Who would believe me? But I kept thinking about that shadow, about how it moved like something alive, about how it seemed to be searching for something, or someone. The next night, I called in sick. Couldn't face going back there, but I knew I couldn't avoid it forever. The night after that, last night, I forced myself to return. I had bills to pay after all, and maybe it had been a one-time thing. Maybe I'd imagined it all. I was wrong. The second I opened that factory door at midnight, I knew something was waiting. The air felt charged, like just before a lightning strike. My flashlight beam caught movement in the back corner, that same flowing shadow. But this time it didn't hide. This time it came straight for me. I don't remember much after that. Flashes of running, of machines roaring to life all around me. The shadow getting closer and closer, stretching up the walls, reaching for me with hands made of darkness. The whole building seemed to shake. I woke up hours later in the parking lot, my car keys in my hand. No idea how I got there. My uniform was covered in rust and oil stains. My flashlight was gone. I quit this morning. Let them keep the final paycheck. Nothing could make me go back into that factory at night. But here's the thing that really scares me. As I drove away for the last time, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Through the factory's windows, I saw that shadow moving between the machines, and it raised one long, thin arm and waved goodbye. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it's still there, waiting in that factory. And I know that sooner or later, someone else will have to take the night shift. Maybe they'll see what I saw. Maybe they'll hear the machines come alive in the darkness. Maybe they'll run from that searching shadow. Or maybe they won't be fast enough. I wrote this all down because I need someone to know what happened. Need someone to understand why I quit, why I can't go back. The official report just says I resigned for personal reasons. But now you know the truth. If you're reading this and you work nights at the Riverside complex, especially if you patrol the old factory floor, watch the shadows carefully. Listen for falling tools. And if the machines start running on their own, run. Run as fast as you can. Don't look back. Don't try to understand. Just run. Because that shadow is still there, still searching, still waiting. And next time, it might not let its prey escape. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had told me this story a week ago, I'd have laughed it off, called them crazy or drunk or attention-seeking. But I was there. I saw it with my own eyes, felt it with my own skin. The bruises from those flying tools are still visible on my arms. The rust stains haven't washed out of my uniform. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still see that shadow reaching for me, its form twisting in ways that shouldn't be possible. I've started leaving lights on in my apartment at night. Can't stand the dark corners anymore. Can't stop checking over my shoulder, expecting to see that flowing darkness following me home. My hands are shaking again. Need to stop writing. But I had to get this down, had to make a record, because I know that shadow is still there in the factory, still moving between those silent machines, still waiting for the next night watchmen to make their rounds. And God help them when they do. This is my statement. Every word is true. Take it as a warning or dismiss it as the ravings of a scared man. But if you ever find yourself working nights at the Riverside Industrial Complex and you hear tools starting to fall in the darkness, don't wait around to see what happens next. Don't try to be brave. Just run. Run while you still can. I died for 2 minutes on the operating table. The doctors brought me back, but something followed me. I know this sounds crazy. I've told myself that 100 times in the last 3 weeks, but I'm writing this down because I need someone to understand what's happening to me in room 412 of St. Joseph's Hospital. It started the night after my surgery. The pain meds had worn off around 2 a.m., and I was staring at the ceiling, trying not to move my chest where they'd cut me open to repair my aorta. The room was dark except for the green glow of the heart monitor and the thin strip of light under the door. The air conditioning hummed. My mouth was dry. I felt it first, a light pressure on my right shoulder. A hand, not gripping, just resting there. The touch was warm through the thin hospital gown. I turned my head expecting to see Nancy, my night nurse, but no one was there. Just the empty visitor's chair and the closed curtain around my bed. The hand stayed for maybe 30 seconds, then lifted away. I pressed the call button. Nancy came in, her white shoes squeaking on the floor. "Everything okay, Mr. Henderson? Was someone just in here? One of the nurses?" She checked her tablet. "No, I've been at the desk for the last hour. No one's been in. Are you having pain? I can get you something." "No, I felt someone touch my shoulder." She frowned and checked my IV line, then my vitals. "Everything looks normal, probably just drowsiness from the meds. Try to get some sleep." I nodded, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. The warmth had been real. I could still feel where those fingers had pressed. The next day passed normally. My wife Sarah visited, bringing magazines and a crossword book. The physical therapist made me walk up and down the hall, holding onto a walker like an old man. I ate lime jello and watched game shows. Normal hospital routine. But that night, it happened again. 3 a.m. this time. I was half awake, drifting in and out. The hand touched my left shoulder. Gentle, almost comforting. I jerked fully awake, my heart racing on the monitor. Empty room again. I hit the call button harder than necessary. A different nurse came in, Kevin, young guy with a sleeve tattoo. "Nobody's been in here," he said after I explained. "Want me to check the security cameras?" "Yes, please." He came back 20 minutes later. "Reviewed the last hour of footage. No one entered your room. You sure you weren't dreaming?" I wasn't sure of anything anymore. The lack of sleep was getting to me. Every shadow looked like a person. Every random noise made me jump. The third night, I tried to stay awake. Drank 3 cups of coffee at dinner. Kept all the lights on. The TV played infomercials with the sound off. I watched the clock tick past midnight. 1, 2 a.m. At 2:47, the hand touched my right shoulder again. This time, I grabbed for it immediately. My fingers closed on empty air, but the pressure remained. Warm. Solid. Completely impossible. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. "What do you want?" No response. Just that gentle touch for maybe 45 seconds, then gone. I didn't call the nurse this time. They already thought I was losing it. Maybe I was. Post-surgery stress or something. PTSD from nearly dying on the table. The next day, I asked my cardiologist, Dr. Werner, about hallucinations as a medication side effect. He adjusted my dosages, but the visits continued. Every night between 2 and 3 a.m. Always a hand on my shoulder, always gone before I could make sense of it. I started keeping a log. Night 5, 2:15 a.m., right shoulder, 37 seconds. Night 6, 2:52 a.m., left shoulder, 41 seconds. Night 7, 2:33 a.m., right shoulder, 35 seconds. The pattern was consistent. Never any other contact, never any sound or voice, just that warm, gentle touch. Sarah thought I was having anxiety attacks. The nurses suggested sleep medication. The hospital psychiatrist stopped by to chat. I stopped telling them about it, but I started asking questions. Casual conversations with the maintenance guys, the cleaning staff, anyone who'd been at St. Joseph's for a while. Room 412 had a history. 10 years ago, a woman named Marie Chen died here after routine surgery. Complications from anesthesia. Her husband said she'd complained about someone touching her shoulder at night. The staff dismissed it as paranoia from the medications. 5 years later, an elderly man named Robert Williams spent his last week in this room. His daughter mentioned him talking about a comforting presence that would visit him at night. The nurses wrote it off as dementia. I found 3 more cases. Different patients, different years, same room, same experience. A gentle hand on the shoulder in the middle of the night. I should have been terrified. A ghost story coming true around me. But the touch never felt threatening. If anything, it was reassuring, like someone checking on me while I healed. Last night I finally saw her. I'd been dozing, the TV playing an old movie on mute. The touch came at 2:39 a.m., right shoulder. I kept my eyes closed, breathing steady. Counted to 10, then slowly turned my head. A woman stood beside my bed. Middle-aged, Asian, wearing a blue dress. She was transparent like a reflection in a window, but I could make out her features. She was smiling slightly, her hand resting on my shoulder. Our eyes met. She didn't vanish or try to hide, just kept that gentle smile. "Are you Marie?" I whispered. She shook her head. "Then who?" "I was a nurse here," she said. Her voice was faint, like someone talking from the next room. 37 years. I loved this job, loved taking care of people. "What's your name?" But she was already fading. Her hand lifted from my shoulder and she disappeared like smoke. I slept better that night than I had since the surgery. In the morning, I asked the head nurse, Mrs. Rodriguez, if she knew of any Asian nurses who'd worked here long-term and passed away. "Oh, you must mean Grace Liu," she said. "She was here forever, retired about 5 years ago. Sweetest woman you'd ever meet, always checking on patients in the middle of the night just to make sure they were comfortable. She died last year, cancer. Why do you ask?" "I was discharged this afternoon. My chest is healing well. The doctors say I should make a full recovery. But I can't stop thinking about room 412 and the gentle hands that comfort the sick and dying. I wrote this all down as soon as I got home while the details were fresh. Some of you won't believe me. That's fine. I'm not sure I would have believed it either before. But I know what I felt, what I saw. And I know that somewhere in St. Joseph's Hospital in room 412, Grace Liu is still making her rounds, still checking on her patients, still doing the job she loved, even after death. Tonight, someone else is in that room, maybe feeling scared and alone. Maybe they'll feel a warm hand on their shoulder around 2 a.m. Maybe they'll know they're not alone. I hope they find the same comfort I did. And I hope Grace knows that even though we can't see her most of the time, her care still matters. Her work isn't finished. Neither is mine. The doctors say I need to come back for a follow-up in 2 weeks. Same hospital, different room. Part of me hopes I'll feel that gentle touch again, just to know she's still there, still watching over us, but maybe it's better if I don't. Some people need her more than I do now. The sick, the scared, the dying. Let her watch over them. Let her be their comfort in the dark hours of the night. As for me, I'm going to live. Really live. Because I've learned something in room 412. Death isn't the end of caring. It isn't the end of love. And sometimes when we're at our lowest, help comes from places we'd never expect. Even if it's just a gentle hand on your shoulder at 2 a.m. Three weeks ago, I first saw him, just standing there in the rain, staring at my house. I didn't think much of it then. Now I can't sleep. Now I can't leave. Now I know he's always watching. The first night I was driving home from my late shift at the warehouse. The windshield wipers struggled against the heavy rain, and my headlights cut through sheets of water. I turned onto my street, Pine Grove Avenue, at 2:37 a.m. The yellow circles from the street lamps reflected off the wet asphalt. I pulled into my driveway, and that's when my headlights caught him. A tall figure in a dark coat, standing motionless on the sidewalk directly across from my house. His face was hidden in shadow. He didn't move or react to my car's lights. He just stood there looking straight ahead at my front door. I sat in my car for a minute, engine idling. The rain drummed on the roof. The figure didn't move. I checked my phone, 2:39 a.m. Maybe he was waiting for someone, or lost. But something about how still he stood made my stomach tighten. I grabbed my lunchbox from the passenger seat and got out of the car. The cold rain immediately soaked through my jacket. I looked across the street again, preparing to call out and ask if he needed help. He was gone. I stood in my driveway, rain running down my neck, staring at the empty sidewalk. There was nowhere he could have gone that quickly. The nearest house was 30 feet away, and I would have seen him walking in either direction. But he had vanished. My hands shook slightly as I unlocked my front door. I told myself I was being stupid. Probably just some guy waiting for an Uber or something. I hung up my wet jacket, made a sandwich, and went to bed. Didn't think about it again until the next night. Same routine. Late shift, rainy drive home, pulled into the driveway at 2:41 a.m. And there he was. Same spot, same stillness, same dark coat, just staring at my house. This time I didn't wait. I got out of my car immediately and called out, "Hey, can I help you with something?" My voice sounded too loud in the quiet street. The rain muffled everything else. He didn't respond or move. "Look, you're kind of freaking me out standing there. What do you want?" "Nothing. Not even a twitch." I took a few steps forward, anger starting to replace my unease. "I'm going to call the cops if you don't." Gone. Between one blink and the next, the sidewalk was empty. I ran across the street. The wet concrete showed no footprints. I looked up and down the block, no movement, no sound except the rain. My heart pounded in my chest. Inside my house, I double-checked all the locks, closed all the curtains, tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Probably just some weirdo trying to scare people. I'd install some security cameras tomorrow. I didn't sleep much that night. Every sound made me tense up. Every shadow looked like a dark coat. The next morning, I bought 4 wireless security cameras. Spent my lunch break installing them. 1 covering the driveway, 1 on the front door, 2 watching both directions of the sidewalk. The app showed clear views of every angle. If that guy showed up again, I'd have him on video. That night it wasn't raining. I got home at 2:35 a.m. The street was empty. I checked every camera feed before going inside. Nothing unusual. At 3:17 a.m. I woke up to my phone buzzing. Motion alert from the sidewalk camera. My hands were sweating as I opened the app. The feed showed an empty sidewalk. I switched between cameras. Nothing. But then I noticed the timestamp on the motion alert clip was 3 minutes earlier. I played it back. The video showed the same dark figure appearing suddenly in frame, standing perfectly still, staring at my house. For exactly 1 minute, he didn't move at all. Then the video glitched, just for a fraction of a second, and he was gone. I replayed it 10 times. There was no way he could have moved that fast. And how did he just appear like that? I saved the clip and took screenshots. The next day, I called in sick to work. Spent hours reviewing the footage, trying to figure out how he did it. The video quality was good, 1080p, infrared night vision. But every time, he just appeared and disappeared instantly. I posted the clips on some Reddit forums about security cameras and unexplained phenomena. Most people said it was obviously fake or a glitch. A few suggested it might be a ghost. One user who claimed to be a video expert said the footage showed no signs of editing. The figure simply ceased to exist between frames. That night, I stayed up watching the cameras. At exactly 3:17 a.m. motion alert, there he was. Same spot, same stance, same dark coat. I grabbed my phone and ran outside. He was still there, a solid physical presence. In the streetlight, I could see the wet gleam of his coat, but his face was wrong. Like looking at a smeared photograph, the features shifted and blurred when I tried to focus on them. My throat closed up, my legs felt weak. He started to turn his head toward me, so slowly, so unnaturally smooth. I ran back inside, slammed the door, slid down against it, gasping for air. When I finally looked at my phone, the camera feeds were all offline. The cameras came back online an hour later. No sign of the figure. The stored footage from that time period was corrupted, just static and digital artifacts. I called in sick again the next day, spent hours online researching similar experiences. Found a few scattered reports, people seeing motionless figures late at night, always watching houses or buildings, always disappearing impossibly fast. Never any clear photos or videos. That night, I parked my car down the street and watched my house from inside it. 3:17 a.m., he appeared. Through my binoculars, I could see more details of his coat, old-fashioned like something from the 1940s. Too pristine and dry despite the rain. His hands were pale white, hanging motionless at his sides. I watched him for the full minute until he vanished. Then I drove to a hotel and booked a room for the next week. It didn't help. Every night at 3:17 a.m., the hotel room door would rattle, just once. When I checked the peephole, he would be standing in the hallway, staring at my door with that blurred, shifting face. I switched hotels 3 times, same thing every night. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Lost my job when I stopped showing up for shifts. 2 nights ago, I broke. Had to know what he wanted. At 3:16 a.m., I opened my hotel room door and waited. He appeared right in front of me. Up close, his coat rippled in ways fabric shouldn't move. The air around him felt wrong, heavy and cold. His face, I still can't describe what I saw. My mind shies away from the memory. He spoke, not with a voice. The words just appeared in my head. "You see me now. You're part of it." "Part of what?" I whispered. "The watching. Your turn comes soon." He vanished, but now I understand. Every night since then, I felt the changes starting. My movements getting slower, stiffer. The urge to stand and stare growing stronger. Tonight will be my last night of freedom. I can feel it. My skin is already too tight. My thoughts are stretching out, becoming still and quiet. Soon I'll take my place on another sidewalk, another street, another watcher in the night. I'm writing this as a warning. If you see someone standing motionless in the dark, staring at a house, don't look too long. Don't try to understand. Drive past. Look away. Because once you truly see us, you'll become one of us. My fingers are getting stiff, hard to type. Almost time. The rain is falling. The street is calling. I need to stand now. I need to watch. I need to... The letter sat unopened on my kitchen counter for 3 days before I finally worked up the nerve to read it. My Uncle Derek was dead, and he'd left me his cabin in Montana. I hadn't seen him in 15 years, not since that Christmas when I was 12. Now, at 27, I was his sole heir. I quit my dead-end job at the insurance company in Minneapolis and drove west. 20 hours straight through, stopping only for gas and coffee. The late October wind whipped fallen leaves across the empty highway as I followed the GPS down progressively smaller roads, until I turned onto a rutted dirt track that wound through dense pine forest. The cabin appeared through the trees as the sun was setting. It was bigger than I expected. 2 stories of weathered logs with a steep pitched roof and a wide front porch overlooking the lake. Dead leaves cluttered the wooden steps. The key was under a fake rock by the door, just like the lawyer had said. Inside, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. Uncle Derek had died 6 months ago, but from the looks of it, he hadn't actually lived here in years. The furniture was old but solid, heavy wooden pieces that looked handmade. A stone fireplace dominated the main room. The kitchen still had dishes in the cupboards and canned food in the pantry, like he'd just stepped out for a while and meant to come back. I dragged my bags upstairs to the master bedroom. The bed was stripped bare, but I'd brought sheets and blankets. By the time I finished making the bed and unpacking some clothes, full dark had fallen outside. The wind had picked up, making the old cabin creak and groan. That's when I heard it for the first time. A whisper so faint I thought I was imagining it, like someone speaking just below their breath, too quiet to make out the words. I walked to the bedroom door and listened hard. Nothing but the wind. I went downstairs to start a fire, telling myself it was just an old house settling. The kindling caught quickly, and soon I had a decent blaze going. I was heating up a can of soup on the ancient gas stove when movement caught my eye, a dark shape sliding past the kitchen window. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just my reflection in the glass, distorted by the darkness outside. The whispers came again as I was eating my soup. Clearer this time, seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. Still too quiet to understand, but definitely human voices. Multiple voices, speaking in overlapping murmurs. I got up and walked around the room, pressing my ear to the walls. The sounds shifted, always seeming to come from wherever I wasn't. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin and afraid. "Is someone there?" The whispers stopped immediately. The silence felt heavy, expectant. Then in my peripheral vision I saw it, a human shape, tall and black as a shadow, standing in the corner of the room. When I turned to look directly at it, it was gone. I didn't sleep much that first night. Every time I started to drift off, the whispers would start up again, or I'd catch a glimpse of movement just at the edge of my vision. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was all in my head. Stress and exhaustion from the long drive combined with being alone in a strange place. I spent the day exploring the property. The cabin sat on 20 acres, most of it forested with about 100 feet of lakefront. There was a small dock extending into the water, weathered but still solid. A tool shed behind the cabin contained fishing gear and basic maintenance tools. Everything was organized and well maintained despite the years of disuse. In the afternoon, I drove into town, if you could call it that. Just a general store, a gas station, and a handful of houses clustered around a crossroads. The girl at the store counter perked up when I mentioned I was staying at the old Morrison place. "Oh, your uncle's cabin?" I remember him. Used to come in every couple weeks for supplies until about 3 years ago. Just stopped showing up one day. Nobody knew what happened to him until we heard he died down in Arizona. "Did he ever mention why he left?" I asked. She shook her head. "Not to me, but he got kind of strange near the end there. Jumpy. Wouldn't look people in the eye. Started buying lots of salt and sage bundles, religious stuff like that. Some folks said they'd see his truck racing down the road in the middle of the night, like he was running from something." I bought some groceries and basic supplies, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling her words had stirred up. Back at the cabin, I spent the remaining daylight hours cleaning. The physical work helped keep my mind off the previous night's experiences, but as soon as darkness fell, it started again. The whispers were louder this time, coming from all around me. Still maddeningly unclear, but with an urgent, insistent quality that made my skin crawl. I turned on every light in the house and tried to watch TV on my laptop, but the Wi-Fi was practically non-existent, and my cell signal was barely 1 bar. The shadow figures were more numerous, too. They'd appear in doorways or glide past windows or stand motionless in corners, always vanishing when I tried to look at them directly but staying visible longer in my peripheral vision. I started counting them. 3 distinct shapes, then 5, then 7. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the porch, heavy boots on wooden planks walking slowly from one end to the other. I grabbed a fireplace poker and approached the front door. The steps stopped directly outside. I yanked the door open, poker raised. Nothing. The porch was empty. The motion-activated security light showed no one in the yard. But as I started to close the door, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke, the same brand my uncle used to smoke. I slept with all the lights on that night, wrapped in every blanket I'd brought. The whispers never completely stopped, but they faded to a background murmur that exhaustion eventually allowed me to tune out. I dreamed of dark shapes pressing against frosted windows, their features indistinct but their intent clear. They wanted in, and they wanted me gone. The next few days fell into an unsettling pattern. During daylight hours, the cabin was just a cabin, quiet, peaceful, even beautiful in the crisp autumn sunlight. I spent my time fixing things up, cleaning years of dust and cobwebs, trying to make the place feel like home. But as soon as the sun set, the presence of others became undeniable. The shadow figures grew bolder, staying visible longer even when I looked right at them. They had no features I could make out, just human-shaped voids that seemed to absorb what little light there was. They moved with purpose, gathering in groups of 3 or 4, always keeping their distance but clearly aware of me. The whispers evolved too. Individual words became distinguishable, though I could never quite string them into coherent sentences. My name featured prominently, along with phrases like, "doesn't belong," and "make him leave," and "like the other one." They seemed to be arguing among themselves about what to do with me. On the 4th night, things escalated. I was in the kitchen washing dishes when all the cabinet doors flew open at once, slamming against their hinges. Plates and glasses launched themselves off the shelves, shattering on the floor around me. I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom, but the whispers followed me through the walls. "Get out, get out, get out." The words were clear now, spoken in multiple voices that overlapped and echoed. The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath came out in visible puffs. The shadow figures appeared one by one, forming a ring around my bed. 7 of them, tall and absolutely still, radiating malevolence. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands and called the lawyer who'd handled Uncle Derek's estate. "The cabin," I said as soon as he answered. "Did my uncle say anything about problems? Strange things happening?" A long pause. "I'm not at liberty to discuss the specifics of your uncle's mental state in his final years," he said carefully. "But I am required to inform you that the property has been difficult to maintain continuous ownership of. There have been 17 different owners since 1920. None have managed to stay longer than 4 years. Your uncle held out for 3 years and 8 months before relocating. What happened to the others, the previous owners? Various reasons were given: mental breakdown, financial difficulties, sudden illness. One simply disappeared, leaving all their belongings behind. The property always ended up back on the market within a few years, usually sold at a significant loss. I hung up and started packing my bags. The shadow figures watched me the whole time, whispers building to a roar that filled the room. As I grabbed the last of my clothes from the dresser, a piece of paper fluttered to the floor. An envelope, yellowed with age, addressed to me in my uncle's handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper dated 3 years ago. "Jimmy, if you're reading this, it means I'm dead and you've inherited the cabin. I'm sorry. I should have warned you, but they wouldn't let me. They're always watching, always listening. They were here long before any of us, and they'll be here long after. They don't want us here. They'll try to drive you out like they did me, like they did all the others. But you don't have to leave. There's a way to stay if you're willing to pay the price. In the basement, behind the old water heater, there's a loose stone in the foundation wall. Behind it, you'll find what you need. But be sure, Jimmy. Be very sure. Because once you make the deal, there's no going back. Whatever you decide, I'm sorry for putting this burden on you. Uncle Derek." I stood there reading the letter over and over while the shadows pressed closer. The whispers had become a constant roar demanding that I leave. But underneath them, barely audible, I heard a new voice. My uncle's voice, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. My hands were shaking as I went down to the basement with my flashlight. The water heater stood against the far wall, crusted with rust and mineral deposits. I squeezed behind it, running my fingers over the rough stone foundation until I found it, a block that shifted slightly under pressure. It took all my strength to work it free. Behind it was a small cavity containing a leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age. Handwritten on the cover were the words, "The Agreement." I carried it upstairs and sat down at the kitchen table. The shadow figures gathered around me, their whispers falling silent for the first time in days. Watching, waiting. I opened the book and began to read. The first entry was dated 1920, written in faded ink. "I have made my bargain with the others. They will permit me to remain here under the following conditions." The rest of the book contained similar entries from each subsequent owner, including my uncle. Each had struck their own deal with the entities that claimed this place as their domain. The terms varied, but the core agreement remained the same. The living could stay, but only by giving something to the dead. Some offered material sacrifices, valuable possessions burned at midnight during the new moon. Others promised regular rituals of acknowledgement and respect. A few made darker bargains involving blood or pain. My uncle's entry was near the end, the ink still relatively fresh. "I offer them my voice. I will speak only to them, never to another living soul, for as long as I remain here. In return, they will allow me to stay." That explained his sudden reclusiveness in those final years. But he'd broken the agreement by leaving. I wondered what price he'd paid for that betrayal. The shadow figures pressed closer as I neared the end of the book. There were still empty pages waiting to be filled, waiting for my own bargain, if I chose to make one. I could feel them all around me now, not just the 7 I'd counted earlier, but dozens more, filling every corner and shadow of the cabin. The air grew thick with their presence. The whispers started again, but different this time. Questioning, offering, bargaining. I picked up a pen, my hand hovering over a blank page. The cabin was beautiful, and it was mine by right of inheritance. Did I really want to give it up without a fight? But what price was I willing to pay to stay? The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The shadows leaned in, eager to hear my terms. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows like something trying to get in. Or perhaps trying to give me one last chance to get out. I pressed the pen to paper and began to write. "I, James Morrison, hereby offer the following bargain." The security footage from that night shows me getting on the 2 train at 1:47 a.m. I've watched it dozens of times now. The timestamp blinks in the corner as I swipe my Metro card and push through the turnstile. What the grainy video doesn't show is what happened 20 minutes later. I've tried to tell the MTA officials, the police, anyone who will listen, but they just look at me like I'm crazy. Maybe I am, but I know what I saw that night. And now, after finding that blog post, I know I'm not the only one. It was late January, and I was heading home from a double shift at St. Luke's Hospital. I'm an ER nurse, and we were short-staffed that week, thanks to a nasty flu outbreak. My feet hurt, my scrubs smelled like antiseptic, and all I wanted was to get back to my apartment in Brooklyn. The platform at 96th Street was empty except for a homeless guy sleeping on a bench. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the air had that familiar mix of brake dust and urine. When the train pulled in, I picked the middle car out of habit, not too close to the front or back where the crazies tend to congregate at that hour. The car was empty except for an old woman with shopping bags and some kid with headphones. I dropped into a seat, letting my work bag fall to the floor. The doors closed with their hydraulic hiss, and we lurched forward into the tunnel. At 72nd Street, the old woman got off. The kid with headphones stayed. A businessman in a rumpled suit got on, swaying slightly, probably heading home from a happy hour that went too long. He sat near the door, immediately closing his eyes. That's when I first noticed him. He was sitting on the opposite side of the car, about halfway down. An old wool coat, dark gray, or maybe navy blue, hung from his thin frame. His posture was perfectly straight, hands folded in his lap. Something about him made me uneasy, but I couldn't place why. The train stopped at Times Square. The drunk businessman stumbled off. The kid with headphones followed. No one got on. Now it was just me and the man in the coat. I pulled out my phone, trying to look busy while keeping him in my peripheral vision. He hadn't moved an inch, hadn't shifted, scratched, coughed, or made any of the small movements people naturally make. Just sat there, still as a statue. The unease grew stronger. I told myself I was being paranoid, just another weirdo on the late-night train. But then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The windows across from me showed the dark tunnel rushing past, punctuated by lights. They also showed my reflection. Tired face, blue scrubs, slumped posture. But where the man in the coat sat, there was nothing. Just empty space. My heart started pounding. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. Maybe I was more exhausted than I thought. But when I looked again, it was the same. The man was there, solid as anything, but his reflection was completely absent from the window. I gripped the pole next to my seat, knuckles white. The train's wheels screeched as we pulled into 14th Street Union Square. The doors opened with their usual ding. The man stood up. His movements were smooth, fluid, almost graceful. He walked to the door, each step precise and deliberate. Just before stepping off, he turned his head just slightly in my direction. His face was gray, bloodless, but his eyes were completely black, like empty sockets. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Then he was gone. The doors closed. The train moved on. I sat there shaking, cold sweat running down my back. I counted the stops until Atlantic Avenue, hardly breathing. When I finally got off, I ran all the way home. The next day, I convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. 14-hour shifts will do that to you. I didn't take the late train for a while after that, spending money on Ubers I couldn't really afford. But the image of that face, those black eyes, stayed with me. Sometimes I'd wake up at night, heart racing, the memory as vivid as the moment it happened. 3 weeks later, I was scrolling through local news sites on my lunch break when I saw it. A blog post titled, "The Man Who Haunts the Subway." My hands started shaking as I clicked the link. The article was from a local paranormal investigation site, the kind that usually posts about haunted buildings and UFO sightings. But this was different. The writer had compiled dozens of accounts spanning the last 50 years, all describing the same thing: a man in an old coat, appearing late at night on various subway lines. No reflection, black eyes, that same slight smile. I read every word, my coffee going cold beside me. The earliest account was from 1973, a woman riding the A train home from her job as a waitress. She described the same fluid movements, the same bloodless face. In 1986, a taxi driver saw him on the 7 train at 3 a.m. More reports through the 90s and 2000s, all with matching details. But it was the last section that made my blood run cold. The blogger had done some research into subway archives. In 1957, a man named Daniel Cooper worked as a subway conductor. On February 12th of that year, he was found dead in his train car at the end of his late-night shift. The official cause was heart attack, but witnesses reported seeing him arguing with a passenger just before his death. The passenger was described as wearing a dark wool coat. He was never identified. I dug deeper, spending hours researching old newspaper archives. Daniel Cooper wasn't the only death connected to mysterious sightings. Over the years, there were others. Passengers and MTA employees found dead in subway cars or on platforms, all after reported encounters with a man matching the same description. I started keeping a log of every mention I could find. Patterns emerged. He appeared most often between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., usually when the cars were nearly empty, always on local trains, never express. The sightings clustered around certain stations: Union Square, 96th Street, Atlantic Avenue. I printed everything I found and took it to the police. They listened politely, then suggested I might want to talk to someone about job stress. The MTA officials were even less helpful. One security guard did admit that there were stories among the late-night workers, but wouldn't say more. I tried contacting some of the people who'd posted their experiences online. Most never responded. Those who did seemed reluctant to discuss it. One woman agreed to meet me at a coffee shop but didn't show up. When I emailed to reschedule, her response was brief. "Please don't contact me again. Some things are better left alone." But I couldn't leave it alone. The images haunted me. That face, those eyes, that terrible smile. I kept riding the late trains, hoping to see him again. I needed proof. Needed to know I wasn't crazy. For weeks, nothing happened. Just empty cars and tired passengers. I started to doubt myself. Maybe it had been a hallucination. Maybe I was connecting unrelated incidents into a pattern that didn't exist. Then, last Tuesday, it happened again. I was on the 2 train, heading downtown around 2 a.m. An older man got off at 72nd Street, leaving me alone in the car. As the doors closed, I felt it, that same heavy stillness in the air. He was there, sitting in the exact same spot as before, same coat, same rigid posture, same absent reflection. This time I was ready. I pulled out my phone, opened the camera app. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold it steady. He turned his head toward me, slowly, deliberately. Those black eyes fixed on mine. The smile widened, showing teeth that were too white, too sharp. Then my phone died. Just went black, though I'd had 80% battery a moment before. The train lights flickered once, twice. When they stabilized, he was standing. I ran. Didn't wait for the next station. Just ran to the next car, pushing through the emergency doors. A couple of teenagers looked up in surprise as I burst in, gasping for breath. When we stopped at the next station, I looked back through the window between cars. The man was gone. My phone turned back on as if nothing had happened. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been able to sleep much since then. Keep seeing those eyes in the dark. That smile. I've started noticing other things too. The lights in my apartment flicker sometimes. Objects aren't quite where I left them. And last night, I woke up to find wet footprints leading from my front door to my bedroom, the kind of marks someone's shoes might leave after walking through subway puddles. I'm writing this all down because people need to know, need to be warned. If you're on the subway late at night and you see a man in an old coat, don't look at his face. Don't take out your phone. Just get off at the next station no matter where it is. I'm posting this everywhere I can think of. Already got banned from several local forums. People say I'm making it up, or I'm mentally ill, or I'm trying to start an urban legend. But I know what I saw, and I know he saw me too. The thing that scares me most isn't the encounters themselves. It's what I found this morning when I was reviewing more old articles. In every case where someone died after seeing him, they'd tried to warn others first. They'd posted online, contacted authorities, kept records, just like I'm doing now. I'm writing this from a Starbucks near Union Square. When they close, I'll have to take the train home, the last train of the night. I can feel it in my bones. He'll be there, waiting. And this time, I don't think he'll just smile and walk away. So if you're reading this, please remember what I told you. And if you're ever on the subway late at night and you feel that strange stillness in the air, don't look up. Don't look at his face. Just pray the next station comes quickly. And whatever you do, don't ride the last train alone. I found the key in my Uncle Patrick's desk, 3 days after I moved into his old farmhouse. It was small and brass, blackened with age, stuck in the back of a drawer filled with brittle papers and dried-out pens. I wouldn't have thought anything of it if I hadn't noticed the intricate Celtic pattern carved into its head. My hands were already filthy from sorting through decades of accumulated junk. The inheritance of this remote Irish farmhouse had come as a complete surprise. I'd only met Uncle Patrick twice in my life, both times when I was too young to remember much beyond his thick beard and the smell of pipe tobacco. But here I was, 35 years old, newly divorced, and suddenly the owner of a rundown property in County Clare that hadn't seen proper maintenance since the 1980s. The house needed work. A lot of work. The roof leaked in 3 places, the plumbing made sounds like a dying animal, and every surface was covered in a thick layer of dust. But it was mine. And after Sarah left, taking half our savings and most of my self-respect with her, this forgotten piece of family history felt like my last chance at a fresh start. I found the trap door to the attic on my 4th day in the house. It was hidden under an old rug in what must have been Uncle Patrick's study, a small room lined with sagging bookshelves. The brass ring pull was the same tarnished color as the key. When I tried the key in the heavy padlock securing the trap door, it turned with a grinding sound that sent rust flakes drifting to the floor. The ladder was gone. Looking up into the dark square opening, I could see only blackness. I had to drag in a stepladder from my truck, and even then, getting into the attic was awkward. The beam from my flashlight showed a space cluttered with the usual attic debris. Old furniture draped in sheets, boxes of papers, trunks and suitcases pushed against the sloping walls. And there, right in the center of the floor, sat a large wooden chest. It was about 3 feet long and 2 feet high, made of dark wood bound with iron straps. Unlike everything else in the attic, it wasn't covered in dust. The surface was clean, as if someone had been up here recently to wipe it down. Another brass padlock, matching the one on the trap door, held it shut. The key worked in this lock too. Inside, I found photographs, hundreds of them, loose and unorganized, spilling out as soon as I lifted the lid. They were all black and white, most of them yellowed with age. As I picked them up and started looking through them, I realized they all showed the same man. A tall, thin fellow with dark hair and a serious expression. Uncle Patrick, looking much younger than I'd ever known him. The photos seemed to span several years. In some, his hair was darker, his face less lined. In others, I could see the first traces of gray at his temples. But there were 2 constant elements in every single picture. Patrick was always alone, and there was always someone, or something, watching him from the background. I didn't notice it at first. In the initial photo I examined, taken in what looked like the house's kitchen, I was focused on Patrick's face. It wasn't until I was about to set it aside that I saw the figure standing in the doorway behind him, a dark shape, barely more than a silhouette, but clearly human-sized and human-shaped. The image was blurry in that spot, as if the film had been damaged or the camera had shaken, but I could make out what looked like a head turned toward Patrick's back. My hands started sweating as I went through more photos. Patrick in the garden digging potatoes while a shadow watched from behind the stone wall. Patrick sitting in his armchair reading, the same blurred figure visible through the window behind him. Patrick walking down the lane to get his mail, and there in the trees, that familiar dark shape, always oriented toward him, always watching. The photos weren't dated, but I could see the progression of seasons. Leaves appearing and disappearing from trees, snow on the ground, flowers blooming. Through it all, that figure remained constant. Sometimes it was closer, sometimes further away, but it was always there, always watching. My hands were shaking by the time I reached the bottom of the chest. The last photo showed Patrick sitting at his desk, the same desk where I'd found the key. He looked older in this one, closer to the age I remembered him. The figure stood in the corner of the room, and although the image was characteristically blurry in that spot, I could have sworn it was closer than in any other photo. I stuffed the pictures back into the chest and slammed the lid. The sound echoed in the attic, and suddenly the space felt too small, too close. I scrambled down the stepladder, pulled it up after me, and shut the trap door. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely get the padlock closed. That night I heard the footsteps. I was lying in bed trying to convince myself that the photos had a rational explanation. Maybe Patrick had been experimenting with double exposure. Maybe it was an art project. Maybe I was seeing patterns that weren't really there. The old house made plenty of noises, creaking floorboards, settling foundations, wind in the eaves. I was used to those sounds by now, but these footsteps were different. They came from directly above my bedroom, from the attic. Slow, deliberate steps moving from one end of the space to the other, back and forth, back and forth. There was no access to the attic except through that trap door. I'd checked. The stepladder was still downstairs, leaning against the wall where I'd left it. The trap door was still locked. I could see the padlock gleaming in the beam of my flashlight when I went to check, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. But the footsteps continued. Dust drifted down from the ceiling with each step. I stood there in the study, flashlight pointed up at the trap door, listening to something walk around in a space that should have been empty, in a space that should have been inaccessible. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. The footsteps came again, always at night, always moving in that same pattern, back and forth, like something pacing, like something waiting. On the third day, I started going through Uncle Patrick's papers. I needed answers. The desk drawers were full of documents, letters, bills, notebook pages covered in his cramped handwriting. Most of it was mundane, grocery lists, utility bills, notes about farm equipment repairs. But in the bottom drawer underneath a stack of old newspapers, I found a leather-bound journal. The first entry was dated 1975. It's watching me again. I see it everywhere now. At first I thought it was my imagination, just shadows playing tricks on my eyes. But the photographs don't lie. It's there in every single one, getting closer. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose me. But it's patient. So patient. Always watching. Always waiting. Never speaking. Never moving when I'm looking directly at it. Just watching. Always watching. The entries continued for years. Patrick documented his attempts to escape whatever was following him. He traveled to Dublin, to London, even spent 6 months in America. But it followed him everywhere. Always watching, always waiting. The entries grew more desperate as time went on. The last entry was dated just 2 weeks before his death. It's in the house now. I hear it at night walking in the attic, looking for a way in. I've locked the trap door, but that won't hold it forever. Nothing will. It's so close now. When I look in mirrors, I can see it standing behind me, just over my shoulder. Always blurred, always unclear, but getting clearer every day. Soon I'll be able to see its face. I don't want to see its face. God help me. I don't want to see its face. I found Uncle Patrick's death certificate in the same drawer. Heart attack, the official cause said. They found him in his study, slumped over his desk. His face, according to the police report, showed signs of extreme terror. The footsteps are louder now. They're not just at night anymore. Sometimes I hear them in the middle of the day. That slow, deliberate pace moving back and forth above my head. Sometimes I hear scratching too, like something trying to get through the ceiling. Yesterday, I tried taking a selfie with my phone. I deleted it immediately, but not before I saw it, that blurred shape standing behind me, just over my shoulder. When I look in mirrors now, I think I can see movement at the edge of my vision, like something ducking out of sight just as I turn my head. The photos are still in the chest in the attic. Sometimes I think about going up there to look at them again, to study them more carefully. Maybe I missed something. Maybe there's a clue about what this thing is, what it wants. But I can't make myself open that trap door again. Not now. Not when I know something is up there, walking around in a space that should be empty, getting closer every day. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened. I'm leaving tomorrow, going to sell the house, get as far away from here as I can. Maybe it won't follow me like it followed Patrick. Maybe I'll be luckier than he was. But last night, as I was packing my bags, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the bedroom window. For just a second, I saw it clearly. The figure standing behind me was no longer blurred. I could see every detail of its face. It was smiling. I'm in my car now, heading south toward Dublin. But every time I check my rearview mirror, I see something in the back seat. Just a shadow. Just a blur. For now. I understand now why Uncle Patrick left me the house. He wasn't giving me an inheritance. He was passing it on to someone else. The footsteps never really stopped. They just moved with me. The first knock came on October 12th. 3 sharp raps against my apartment door at exactly 3 a.m. I know the time because my phone lit up right when I heard it. I was still awake, working late on my laptop in bed, the blue light from the screen the only illumination in my cramped Chicago studio. The sound made me freeze, fingers hovering over the keyboard mid-sentence. Nobody visits at 3 a.m. Not in this building, not in this neighborhood. I waited, listening. The radiator hummed. A car passed on the street below, its headlights sweeping across my ceiling. 20 seconds passed, then 3 more knocks, identical to the first set, sharp, deliberate, evenly spaced. My heart started beating faster. I closed my laptop, set it aside, and swung my legs over the edge of the bed. The floor creaked under my feet. Another set of knocks, louder this time. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded smaller than I intended. No response, just silence. I stood up, my t-shirt sticking slightly to my back with cold sweat. The distance from my bed to the door was only about 15 feet, but each step felt longer than usual. When I reached the door, I pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty, just the usual dingy beige walls and worn carpet lit by fluorescent lights that never quite seemed bright enough. I could see all the way to the stairwell door at the end of the hall. Nobody was there. My hand hovered over the doorknob. A voice in the back of my head screamed not to open it. But that was ridiculous. This was just my apartment building. Maybe someone had the wrong unit. Maybe some drunk neighbor got confused. I opened the door. The hallway air hit me, cooler than my apartment, with that slight musty smell that old buildings get. But there was no one there. I stepped out and looked both ways. Empty. The stairwell door was closed. The elevator indicator showed it was stopped on the ground floor. I went back inside, double-checked the locks, and tried to shake off the weird feeling settling in my stomach. Just some random occurrence, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. But it happened again the next night. And the next. Always at exactly 3 a.m. Always 3 knocks, followed by silence, followed by 3 more, getting progressively louder. Every time I checked, there was no one there. Every time I opened the door, I found an empty hallway. After a week, I stopped sleeping normally. I'd lie in bed staring at my phone, watching the minutes tick toward 3 a.m. Sometimes I'd try to stay awake until after the knocking passed. Other times I'd take sleeping pills and hope to sleep through it. Neither strategy worked. The knocks always woke me if I managed to fall asleep, and they always came if I stayed awake. I installed a security camera outside my door. The footage showed nothing, just an empty hallway when the knocking happened. I asked my neighbors if they heard anything. Most of them looked at me like I was crazy. A few said they sometimes heard knocking but assumed it was normal building noise. The building manager wasn't any help either. "Old buildings make weird sounds," he said, not looking up from his phone. "Pipes, settling, that kind of thing. Nothing we can do about it. But pipes don't knock in perfect rhythm. Buildings don't settle on a precise schedule." By the second week, the knocks were loud enough to vibrate my door in its frame. I started sleeping with headphones on, playing white noise, but I could still hear them cutting through. The sound had weight to it now, like someone was using their full strength. I grew obsessed with trying to catch whatever was causing this. I set up my laptop to record audio all night. I bought more cameras and positioned them at different angles. I even sprinkled talcum powder in front of my door one night, hoping to catch footprints. Nothing. The knocks appeared on the audio recordings clear as day, but the cameras showed empty space. The powder remained undisturbed. During the day, I searched online for similar experiences. Most results were obviously fake ghost stories or people complaining about noisy neighbors. Nothing matched what was happening to me. Then I found a post on an old forum about my building. Someone complaining about renovation noise back in 2012 mentioned that the building used to have a different layout. There had been a storage area in the basement that was converted into maintenance space. I hadn't been down to the basement since moving in 6 months ago. The door was always locked and tenants weren't supposed to go down there. But I had to know if there was something, anything, that might explain what was happening. Getting the key wasn't hard. The building manager kept them on a hook in his office. I waited until he went out for his usual afternoon smoke break, then slipped in and made a quick impression in some modeling clay. The next day, I had a copy made at a hardware store. That night, after the knocking finished, I waited an hour to make sure the building was quiet. Then I took my phone flashlight and the copied key and headed down. The basement door opened with a grinding noise that seemed too loud in the silent hallway. Concrete stairs led down into darkness. The air was thick with the smell of mold and old paper. My flashlight beam showed bare concrete walls covered in pipes and conduit. The maintenance area took up most of the space: tools, spare parts, paint cans. But in the back corner, partially hidden behind some old shelving, I found what used to be the storage room. It wasn't completely sealed off. There was a gap between the new wall and the old one, just wide enough to squeeze through if I turned sideways. I shouldn't have gone in. Every instinct told me to turn around and go back upstairs. But I had to know. The space behind the wall was small, maybe 10 feet square, empty except for some broken chairs and a cardboard box in the corner. The box was falling apart, softened by moisture. Inside, I found old papers, mostly maintenance records and utility bills from the 1990s. And at the bottom, a small leather-bound book. The cover was cracked and peeling, but I could still make out the year stamped on it, 1978. It was a diary. I took it back upstairs to my apartment and started reading. The entries began normally enough. Daily observations about work, weather, complaints about neighbors. The handwriting was neat, precise. But about halfway through, things changed. The first mention of knocking appeared in an entry from March. Heard strange knocking at night. Thought it was pipes at first, but it seems too regular. Always 3 knocks, always at 3 a.m. Called maintenance, but they found nothing wrong. The entries grew more frequent after that, more desperate. The handwriting became messier. The ink sometimes smeared like the writer's hands had been shaking. Knocking getting louder. Can't sleep. Nobody believes me. Tried sleeping somewhere else, but I can hear it even from the street. Following me? Installed new locks. Doesn't matter. Still comes. The final entry was dated April 15th, 1978. Just 3 words. Finally opened door. The rest of the pages were blank. I searched online for any news reports from that time period. Missing persons, unusual deaths, anything connected to this building. Found nothing. The building's ownership had changed hands several times since then. Whatever happened to the diary's owner, it hadn't made the papers. That night, the knocks came again, louder than ever. The door shook in its frame hard enough to rattle the chain lock. My hands were trembling as I pressed my eye to the peephole. Empty hallway. Of course. But something was different this time. The fluorescent lights flickered, dimmed, and in that moment of half-darkness, I saw something. A shape. A suggestion of movement. Like a shadow falling across the lens. 3 more knocks. The door vibrated against my face. I stepped back. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat ran down my back. The air felt thick, heavy with something more than just humidity. Another set of knocks. The door frame cracked. I ran, grabbed my phone and keys, heading for the window and the fire escape. But my hands were shaking too badly to unlock it. The window frame had swollen with summer heat and stuck in its track. The knocking stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard something new. A sound like breathing, but wrong somehow. Too wet, too heavy. It came from right outside my door. The handle turned. I hadn't unlocked it. I know I hadn't unlocked it. But it turned anyway. The door opened. I saw it. I wish I hadn't, but I saw it. The shape that filled my doorway wasn't human. Wasn't anything that had ever been human. It was darkness given form, but wrong in ways my mind couldn't process. Angles that shouldn't exist. Depths that hurt to look at. It reached for me with something that wasn't quite a hand. I screamed, threw myself at the window. The frame gave way with a crack of splintering wood. Cold night air hit my face as I scrambled onto the fire escape. I ran down the metal stairs, the grating ringing under my feet. Didn't stop when I hit the street. Didn't stop until I was blocks away, lungs burning, legs shaking. I never went back to the apartment. Left everything behind. Moved in with a friend until I could find a new place. The building manager called about my abandoned belongings, but I told him to keep the security deposit and throw everything out. Sometimes I drive past the building. It looks normal enough during the day. New tenants have moved into my old unit. I wonder if they hear the knocking. I wonder if they'll find the diary where I left it, hidden behind the radiator. I wonder if they'll open the door. I've moved 3 times since then. Changed jobs. Changed my phone number. But every night as 3 a.m. approaches, I lie awake, listening, waiting for 3 knocks. My hands were shaking when I dialed 911, but the dispatcher just told me what I already knew. They couldn't do anything about footsteps that I couldn't prove were real. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. Let me start from the beginning, 3 weeks ago, when Mark asked me to house-sit his new place while he was away on business. Just need someone to collect the mail and water the plants, he'd said, dangling his house keys in front of me at our usual Friday lunch spot. The neighborhood's great. Oakwood Heights, that new development off Route 16. You can use my home theater setup, raid my fridge, whatever you want. I should have asked more questions. Should have wondered why Mark, who'd never needed a house sitter before, suddenly wanted someone staying at his place for a full month. But I didn't. I just saw it as a chance to get away from my cramped apartment and enjoy some suburban luxury for a few weeks. The first few days were fine. Great, even. Mark's house was a 3-bedroom ranch style with all the latest smart home features. The development was one of those cookie-cutter neighborhoods where every house looked almost identical. Beige siding, black shutters, 2-car garage. But inside, it was all hardwood floors, granite countertops, and that massive 85-inch TV that Mark wouldn't shut up about. I settled into a routine. Work from home during the day using Mark's fiber internet, order takeout or cook in his chef's kitchen, then stretch out on his leather sectional to binge whatever was new on Netflix. The silence took some getting used to. No traffic noise, no upstairs neighbors stomping around, just the hum of the central air. But I adjusted. Then came that first night, Tuesday, October 12th. I remember the date because I just finished watching the season finale of that new horror series everyone was talking about. It was midnight exactly. I checked my phone when I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway outside the master bedroom. Not the creaking of an old house settling. Not the pipes expanding or contracting. Footsteps. The distinct sound of someone walking, heel to toe, slow and deliberate. The hardwood floors made each step crystal clear. My whole body went rigid. I was lying in bed, staring at the closed bedroom door, listening. Step, 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 getting closer, then stopping right outside. I held my breath. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. 10 seconds passed. 20. 30. Nothing. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and yanked open the bedroom door. The hallway was empty. I checked every room, every closet, turned on all the lights. The front door was locked, deadbolt engaged. Back door too. All windows secure. No signs of forced entry. No one could have gotten in. I didn't sleep that night. Sat up in bed with all the lights on, alternating between watching the bedroom door and checking the security system app on my phone. Nothing showed up on any of the exterior cameras. The next morning I was making coffee when I heard someone moving their trash bins back from the curb. I went outside, desperate to see another human being in daylight. That's when I met Jim, Mark's next-door neighbor. "You must be Mark's friend," he said, wheeling his bin up his driveway. "How are you liking the place?" "It's nice," I said, trying to sound casual. "Pretty quiet neighborhood." Jim's expression changed slightly. "Mostly quiet, yeah." He hesitated. "Look, I don't want to freak you out or anything, but has Mark mentioned anything about why the previous owners moved out?" My stomach dropped. "No, what happened?" They didn't stay long. Nice couple, the Hendersons. Moved in when the development first opened last year, but they started complaining about noises at night. Footsteps, they said. The husband would spend hours checking the house, but never found anything. They lasted 3 months before putting it back on the market. And the owners before them? Jim shook his head. Hendersons were the first, but the construction crew had some weird stories too. Probably just trying to spook each other, though, you know how it goes. I wanted to tell him about what I'd heard, but I stopped myself. It sounded crazy in the light of day. Instead, I just nodded and went back inside. That night, I prepared. I set up my phone to record video in the hallway, put a line of baby powder on the floor, an old ghost hunting trick I'd seen in a movie. Stupid, maybe, but I needed to know if I was losing my mind. The footsteps came at exactly midnight again. Same pattern, slow, deliberate steps coming down the hallway. I forced myself to lie still even though every muscle in my body screamed to run. The steps stopped outside my door again. This time, I counted to 60 before checking. The hallway was empty. The baby powder was undisturbed. My phone had recorded nothing but an empty corridor, but I knew what I'd heard. This pattern repeated for the next 5 nights, always at midnight, always the same footsteps. Always nothing to show for it when I checked. I started sleeping during the day and staying awake all night, camping out in different rooms, trying to catch whatever or whoever was doing this. On the 6th night, things changed. I was in the living room, pretending to watch TV, but really just waiting for midnight. The footsteps started, but this time they came from the kitchen. I turned off the TV. In the sudden silence, the steps were louder than ever. I stood up slowly, my phone's flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The steps moved from the kitchen into the dining room. I could track their progress across the house. Whatever was making them was heading straight for me. I backed up against the wall, my free hand groping for the light switch. The footsteps entered the living room. My flashlight beam showed empty space where the sound was coming from. Step, step, step. They stopped 3 feet in front of me. My hand found the switch and I flooded the room with light. Nothing. Just Mark's tastefully decorated living room, exactly as it had been all day. I called Mark that night, my voice shaking as I told him everything. There was a long pause after I finished. "I should have told you," he finally said. I thought maybe it was just the Hendersons making stuff up to get out of their mortgage. Or maybe there was a logical explanation. Bad pipes, settling foundation, something like that. "You knew about this?" The realtor had to disclose it. 3 sets of owners before the Hendersons, back when this was all farmland. Each family reported the same thing, footsteps at midnight. Each family left within months. The land developers bought it cheap, tore down the old house, built this whole subdivision. I got a great deal on the house because of the history. I thought it was all bullshit. Have you heard them? Another pause. Once, the night before I called you to house sit. That's why I left. Told myself I needed this business trip, but really, I just couldn't stay here alone. I should have packed my bags right then. Should have called a hotel or crashed at my apartment. But something kept me there. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe I just couldn't admit to myself that I was running from something I couldn't even see. The next few nights, the footsteps got bolder. They'd start in different parts of the house, but always end up finding me. Sometimes they'd stop right next to where I was sitting or standing. Sometimes they'd pace around me in circles. Once they followed me from room to room for an hour straight. I tried everything I could think of. Salt lines at the doors and windows, religious symbols, sage burning, motion sensors. Nothing made any difference. Last night was the final straw. I was in the kitchen, making a late-night sandwich, trying to stay awake until midnight. The footsteps started early, 11:45 p.m. But this time, they weren't alone. I heard a door open upstairs, then another, then another. Multiple sets of footsteps moving through the house, coming down the stairs, spreading out through the first floor. I dropped the knife I was using to make my sandwich. It clattered on the counter as the footsteps converged on the kitchen. They surrounded me. I could hear them on all sides, dozens of invisible feet walking on Mark's expensive hardwood floors. That's when I called 911. The dispatcher was professional but clearly skeptical. She said they could send an officer to check the property, but it would take at least 30 minutes. I hung up. The footsteps kept getting closer, tightening their circle around me. The temperature in the kitchen dropped so fast I could see my breath. My chest felt tight, like something was pressing against it from all sides. I ran, straight through the mass of footsteps, feeling cold spots as I pushed through them, out the front door, into my car. I drove to a 24-hour diner and haven't been back since. I called Mark this morning, told him I couldn't stay there anymore. He understood, said he'd call a real estate agent as soon as he got back. What about the next owners, I asked. We'll disclose everything, he said. But someone will buy it, someone always does. They'll hear the stories and think they can handle it, just like we did. And the footsteps? They'll keep walking, every night at midnight looking for something, or someone. I'm writing this from my apartment. It's almost midnight. My upstairs neighbors are stomping around as usual, but for the first time in my life, I'm grateful for the noise. At least I can see what's making these footsteps. I've been doing research on the area where Mark's house stands. Before it was farmland, it was a crossroads where 3 old trails met. Local historians say travelers would stop there for the night on their journey west. Some of them never left. Maybe that's why the footsteps keep searching, night after night. Looking for a path that was paved over long ago? Or maybe they're looking for something else. Something that was lost or taken or hidden. I don't know. All I know is that somewhere in Oakwood Heights, in a beautiful new house with hardwood floors and granite countertops, footsteps are echoing through empty halls. And someone else will hear them soon. They always do. I shouldn't have stopped at that gas station. It was 2:47 a.m., and I'd been driving for almost 9 hours straight from Chicago to Denver. My bladder was about to burst, and the fuel gauge hovered just above empty. The next exit sign promised a gas station in 2 miles, so I took it. Big mistake. The place stood alone off the highway somewhere in western Nebraska. One dim light buzzed above the pumps, and another flickered weakly over the entrance to the small convenience store. No other cars in sight, no houses or buildings nearby, just endless dark fields stretching out in every direction. I pulled up to pump number 3, closest to the store entrance. The metal handle felt ice cold in my hand as I started filling the tank. Wind whipped across the empty lot, carrying the smell of fertilizer from the surrounding farmland. A plastic bag tumbled past like a ghost. The door chimed as I walked in. Nobody behind the counter. Just shelves of snacks and drinks under harsh fluorescent lights that made everything look sickly and artificial. Hello? My voice came out hoarse from hours of not talking. No answer. A sign on the wall pointed to restrooms around the corner. The men's room door creaked when I pushed it open. The smell hit me first, that sharp mix of industrial cleaner and stale urine that all gas station bathrooms have. One of the overhead lights was out, leaving half the room in shadow. I went to the urinal and did my business, trying to ignore how exposed my back felt to the empty room. The walls were covered in graffiti, phone numbers, curse words, crude drawings. Someone had written, "They watch," in thick black marker above the mirror. That's when the feeling started, like fingers brushing the back of my neck, like eyes burning into my skull. I told myself it was just being alone in a strange place at night playing tricks on my mind. But my hands started to shake as I zipped up. I walked to the sink, keeping my eyes down. The faucet squeaked as I turned it on. Cold water splashed over my fingers. I reached for the soap dispenser, and that's when I made the mistake of looking up at the mirror. There was someone standing behind me. A dark figure, maybe 7 feet tall, impossibly thin. No features I could make out, just a black shape where a person shouldn't be. My heart stopped. I spun around so fast I slipped on the wet floor, catching myself on the edge of the sink. Nothing there. Just the empty bathroom stalls, their doors hanging open. I turned back to the mirror, only my own pale face staring back now, eyes wide with fear. But I knew what I'd seen. It had been there for just a fraction of a second, but it had been real. My legs felt weak as I backed toward the door, not wanting to turn my back to the room. The fluorescent lights buzzed. Water dripped from the faucet I'd left running. Each drop echoed like a gunshot in the silence. The door handle was slick with sweat when I grabbed it. I yanked it open and practically ran out into the hallway, my shoes squeaking on the linoleum floor. The store still empty. Still no sign of any employees. I should have left right then. Should have jumped in my car and gotten the hell out of there. But I needed to pay for the gas. The last thing I wanted was some cop pulling me over for theft, forcing me to come back to this place. "Hello?" I called out again, louder this time. "I need to pay for gas." A door marked, "Employees Only," stood ajar behind the counter. Maybe whoever was working had fallen asleep in the back room. I walked around the counter, my footsteps seeming impossibly loud in the quiet store. "Anyone here? Hello?" The back room was dark. I felt along the wall for a light switch but found nothing. The beam from my phone's flashlight caught stacks of cardboard boxes, a small desk with a computer monitor, an empty chair. Something moved in my peripheral vision. I swung the light toward it, but there was nothing there. Just more boxes and shadows. My phone screen showed no signal. Of course. Back at the counter, I found a bell and rang it. The sharp ding made me jump. It faded away into silence. That's when I noticed the security monitor mounted on the wall behind the register. Black and white footage from cameras around the store cycled across the screen. Empty aisles. Empty parking lot. Empty. I froze. The bathroom camera showed a figure standing in front of the mirror. Tall, unnaturally thin, standing completely still. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. In the footage, I was still there too, standing at the sink. Except this was impossible. I'd left the bathroom several minutes ago. I watched in horror as my recorded self looked up at the mirror, watched as I spun around to face the figure. But in the footage, when I turned, the figure didn't disappear. It reached for me with long skeletal fingers. The image switched to another camera view before I could see what happened next. My hands shook as I pulled out my wallet and dropped a $50 bill on the counter. Screw the change. I had to get out of here. The bell above the door chimed as I rushed outside. The wind had picked up, howling across the empty lot. I fumbled with my keys, almost dropping them twice before getting the door unlocked. The engine roared to life. I threw the car in reverse and hit the gas too hard, tires squealing. As I turned to look over my shoulder, movement caught my eye. There in the store window, a figure watching me. Tall, thin, dark. I slammed the gear shift into drive and floored it. Gravel sprayed as the tires spun. The gas station disappeared into my rearview mirror. Mile after mile rolled past. My hands were clenched so tight on the steering wheel that my knuckles had gone white. Every shadow on the road made my heart race. Every reflection in my mirrors made me flinch. The sun was starting to rise when I finally pulled into my driveway in Denver. I sat there for a long time, engine idling, trying to convince myself it had all been exhaustion and an overactive imagination. But I knew better. I went inside and immediately headed for the bathroom. I needed to splash some cold water on my face, try to shake off the nightmare of the past few hours. I flipped on the light and walked to the sink. Out of habit, I glanced up at the mirror. There was someone standing behind me. This time, when I spun around, they didn't disappear. This time, those long fingers reached for my throat. This time, well, I suppose you've probably seen the security footage by now. It's been all over the news. That gas station in Nebraska where a man walked into the bathroom and never walked out. Where the cameras caught something impossible. Where they found nothing but a few drops of blood on the sink and a cell phone with one final blurry photo. But what the news won't tell you, what they can't tell you, is that I'm still here. Still watching. Still waiting in every mirror, every reflection, every dark corner. And sometimes, late at night, when you're alone in a bathroom somewhere, You might catch a glimpse of me standing behind you, just for a second. But by then, it will be too late. You'll turn around, of course, everyone does, and I'll be waiting. A dark figure sat in my driver's seat. That's what stopped me dead in my tracks, 20 feet from my Honda Civic in the empty mall parking lot at 11:47 p.m. The overhead lights cast enough yellow glow to see someone was definitely there, head visible above the headrest, shoulders hunched forward. My keys dug into my palm as I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribs. I blinked hard, and when my eyes opened again, the car was empty. I didn't move for what felt like minutes, just staring at my car while sweat trickled down my back, despite the October chill. The parking lot stretched out around me, totally deserted except for a few scattered vehicles far on the other side near the 24-hour gym. The night was dead quiet, no traffic sounds from the nearby highway, no music from the closed stores, not even crickets. Just the buzz of the parking lot lights and my own breathing, which had gotten fast and shallow. My first coherent thought was that I needed to call the police. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone, but I hesitated with my finger over the emergency call button. What would I even say? I thought I saw someone in my car, but they vanished when I blinked. They'd think I was drunk or high. I took a few careful steps closer, scanning the area around my car. Nothing moved. No one was crouched behind it or hiding nearby. The windows were all intact. I hit the unlock button on my key fob, and the car's lights flashed normally. The alarm hadn't been triggered. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and uncertain in the empty lot. No response. I edged closer, circling the car slowly. The interior looked completely normal through the windows. No sign of forced entry, no scratches around the door handles or windows. My laptop bag was still sitting on the back seat where I'd left it. Nothing seemed disturbed at all. I had to be seeing things. Too many late nights at work, too much coffee, too much stress about the upcoming project deadline. My mind was playing tricks on me. That had to be it. Still, my hand trembled as I reached for the driver's door handle. I hesitated, then yanked it open quickly, stepping back as I did. The dome light came on, showing an empty interior. I leaned in cautiously, checking the back seat, then the footwells. Nothing. The car smelled different, though. Under the normal leather and coffee scent was something else, musty and organic like wet soil or rotting leaves. I wrinkled my nose, wondering if I'd tracked something in earlier. My skin crawled as I slid into the driver's seat. It felt cold, much colder than it should have been. I cranked the key in the ignition and the engine turned over normally. The radio came on, playing the same classic rock station I'd been listening to earlier. Everything seemed fine. "You're losing it, Mark," I muttered to myself, adjusting the rearview mirror. Time to lay off the energy drinks. That's when I remembered the security cameras. The mall had them scattered throughout the parking lot. I'd noticed them before when I was working late. If someone had actually been in my car, they would have been caught on video. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, considering just driving home and trying to forget the whole thing. But I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep without checking. I'd lie awake all night wondering. I turned off the car and got out, locking it behind me. The mall's main entrance was dark, but there was a side door near the loading docks that security used. I'd seen guards coming and out of it during my late nights at the office. The walk to that door felt endless. Every shadow seemed to shift and move in my peripheral vision. The sound of my footsteps echoed oddly off the building's walls. I kept looking back at my car, half expecting to see that figure again, but it sat there empty and ordinary under the lights. I pressed the intercom button beside the security door. After a long moment, a tired voice crackled through the speaker. "Yeah? Hi, sorry to bother you so late. I work in the office tower, and I think someone might have tried to break into my car. Could I review the security footage?" Another pause. "ID badge?" I held up my office building access card to the camera mounted above the door. A few seconds later, there was a buzz and click as the door unlocked. The security office was a small room filled with the glow of multiple monitors. A heavy-set guard in his 50s looked up from his phone as I entered. His name tag read, Bill. "Where's your car parked?" he asked, setting his phone aside. I described the location, and he started clicking through camera feeds. The parking lot cameras showed grainy black and white footage from multiple angles. "What time did this happen?" "Just now, maybe 15 minutes ago. I was walking to my car and saw someone sitting in it." He nodded and started rewinding the footage. I watched myself walking across the lot, stopping suddenly. The camera angle wasn't great, but you could clearly see me standing there staring at my car. "I don't see anyone else," Bill said, squinting at the screen. "Can you go back further? They must have gotten in before I came out." He rewound more, the footage spinning backwards. Cars came and went in reverse. Finally, he stopped about an hour before I'd left the office. We watched at normal speed. My car sat there undisturbed. No one approached it. Then at 11:12 p.m., something changed. A dark shape moved across the parking lot toward my car. It was blurry and indistinct in the grainy footage, but roughly person-sized. As it got closer to my car, it seemed to get even less distinct, like a smudge on the camera lens. The shape reached my car and merged with it somehow. There was no clear moment of someone opening a door and getting in. The dark blur just seemed to fade into the vehicle. "What the hell?" Bill muttered, rewinding and playing it again. The same thing happened, the shadow approaching, then seeming to melt into my car. "Can you check other angles?" I asked. My mouth had gone dry. He switched to different cameras. We saw the same sequence from multiple viewpoints, a shadow moving through the lot, becoming increasingly indistinct as it neared my car, then disappearing into it. But in none of the footage did we see anything leave the car afterwards. "Must be a glitch in the system," Bill said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Sometimes we get weird artifacts in the night footage. Infrared can do funny things." "Yeah," I said weakly. "Must be." He offered to walk out to my car with me, but I declined. I didn't want him to see how badly my hands were shaking. The walk back to my car felt even longer than before. Every step took conscious effort. Part of me wanted to just leave the car there and call an Uber, but I needed it for work tomorrow. I couldn't leave it. As I got closer, I noticed something odd about the driver's side window. In the harsh parking lot lights, I could see what looked like frost patterns spreading across the glass, but it was over 50 degrees out. I unlocked the door again. That musty smell was stronger now, with an underlying metallic tang that reminded me of old pennies. The seat was still cold, so cold it seemed to radiate a chill I could feel from several feet away. I almost jumped out of my skin when my phone buzzed. A text from my wife. "Everything okay? You're usually home by now." I typed back quickly. "Working late. On my way soon." I had to get in the car. I had to drive home. Standing here all night wasn't an option. Taking a deep breath, I slid into the driver's seat. The cold seemed to seep through my clothes immediately. I started the engine, cranked the heat, and pulled out of the parking space. The drive home was tense. I kept checking the rearview mirror, though I'm not sure what I expected to see. The back seat remained empty. But that smell wouldn't go away, even with all the windows down and the heat on full blast. I noticed other small things as I drove. The radio kept losing signal, dissolving into static before clearing up again. The dome light flickered occasionally. The temperature gauge swung wildly between hot and cold despite the steady heat pumping from the vents. About halfway home, I glanced at the rearview mirror and saw something that made my heart stop. For just a split second, I swore I saw someone in the back seat. Not clearly, just a darker shadow against the darkness. I jerked the wheel, nearly swerving into the next lane before getting the car under control. When I looked again, the back seat was empty, but the mirror had frosted over completely, obscuring the view. I made it home in record time, probably breaking several speed limits. I pulled into my driveway and killed the engine, sitting there for a moment in the dark. The garage door opener hung from my visor. I always parked in the garage, but something made me hesitate to pull in tonight. Some instinct told me I didn't want this car enclosed in a small space with my house. My wife was asleep when I went inside. I told her I had a headache and went straight to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there for hours, listening to the house settle and trying not to think about what I'd seen in the parking lot. The next morning, I called in sick to work. As soon as my wife left for her office, I went out to check the car in the daylight. Everything looked normal at first glance, but when I opened the door, that smell was still there, stronger now with definite notes of decay under the musty earth scent. The driver's seat was still cold to the touch even though the car had been sitting in the sun for hours. The frost patterns remained on all the windows, despite the warm morning. When I tried to scrape them off, I realized they were on the inside of the glass. I drove to the nearest dealership and traded in the Civic that morning. Lost money on the deal, but I didn't care. I just wanted it gone. That should have been the end of it. New car, problem solved. But over the next few weeks, I noticed things. Small things at first. The security cameras at work started malfunctioning whenever I walked past them. The footage would glitch and distort, showing that same dark smudge trailing behind me. Electronics acted strange around me. My phone battery drained incredibly fast. Lights flickered when I entered rooms. The TV would sometimes switch to static when I sat down to watch it. My new car started having issues too. The same cold spots, the same smell creeping in, frost patterns appearing on the inside of the windows. And sometimes, just at the edge of my vision, I catch glimpses of a shadow. It's always gone when I turn to look directly at it. But I know it's there, following me, waiting. The other night I was working late again. As I walked to my car, I saw someone sitting in the driver's seat. I didn't freeze this time, I didn't blink. I just watched as the figure slowly turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out a face in the darkness, just a deeper shadow where features should be. But I got the distinct impression it was smiling. I turned and walked away, leaving my car in the lot. I haven't been back to get it. Haven't been back to work either. I'm writing this from a motel room 3 states away. I took a bus here, no car to worry about. But the lights in my room flicker constantly. The TV only plays static. And last night, I woke up to find frost patterns spreading across the inside of my window. I think whatever that thing was, whatever got into my car that night, it wasn't after the vehicle at all. It was after me. And I don't think it's going to stop following until it gets what it wants. The temperature in my room is dropping now. That familiar, musty smell is seeping in under the door. The shadows in the corners seem darker, deeper than they should be. I'm going to post this and then try to run again. But I can feel it getting closer. And I know, deep down, that eventually I'm going to look in a mirror or a window or a security camera feed, and instead of my reflection, I'm going to see that shadow sitting there. And this time, when I blink, I'll be the one who disappears. I first saw it 3 days after moving into my new apartment on 23rd Street. A dark shape in the window directly across from mine, just standing there staring. I almost missed it at first. Was scrolling through my phone in bed when something made me look up. The figure didn't move, just watched. I blinked hard and it was gone. The next night it was back. I've lived in cities my whole life. New York, Chicago, now Seattle. I know the unspoken rules. You don't make eye contact on the subway, you pretend not to hear your neighbors fighting through the walls, and you definitely don't stare into other people's windows. But this figure, it just stood there. Every single night. Always in the same spot. Always perfectly still. At first I tried to ignore it. Seattle's full of weird people doing weird things. But after a week of this, I started keeping track. The figure would appear around 11 p.m., sometimes a little earlier, sometimes later. It would stand absolutely motionless for anywhere between 20 minutes to over an hour. Then it would vanish. Not walk away. Just vanish. I'm on the 8th floor. The building across the street is almost identical to mine. Same red brick, same fire escapes zigzagging down the facade, same rectangular windows arranged in neat rows. The figure always appeared in the window directly across from and slightly above mine, probably the 9th floor. 2 weeks in, I started taking pictures. They all came out blurry or too dark to make out anything definitive. just a vague, human-shaped darkness against the window. I tried video too, but my phone camera couldn't handle the low light and distance. The lack of movement was what really got to me. No one stands that still for that long. No shifting weight from foot to foot, no checking a phone, no scratching an itch. Just perfect stillness like a statue. I bought binoculars, not to be creepy. I told myself it was for self-defense. I needed to know what I was dealing with. The first night I tried to use them, my hands shook so bad I could barely hold them steady. When I finally got them focused, I almost dropped them. The figure was completely black. Not like a person wearing dark clothes, like a hole cut out of reality in the shape of a person. No features, no clothes, no texture, just absolute darkness in human form. I started closing my blinds at night, but I could feel it out there, watching. I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, knowing if I peeked through the slats it would be there. Sometimes I thought I could hear a faint tapping on the glass, but when I'd look, there was never anything there. After a month of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I went down to talk to Ron, the building superintendent. He's one of those old school supers who knows everything about everyone in the building, always hanging around the lobby, reading paperback westerns in his little office by the mailboxes. "Hey Ron," I said, trying to sound casual. "Quick question. Who lives in the apartment directly across from mine, in the Marshall building?" Ron looked up from his book. "Ninth floor, east side?" "Nobody. That whole floor's been empty for months, owners doing renovations or something." My mouth went dry. "How long has it been empty?" "Let's see." He scratched his beard. "Marshall building changed hands back in January. New owner kicked everybody out, said he was gonna gut renovate the whole place. But then he ran into permit issues or something. Place has been sitting empty since February at least." "You're sure? Nobody's been in there?" "Well, construction crews were in and out the first couple months, but they cleared out when the permit problem started. Building's been locked up tight since April." He peered at me. "Why you asking?" "Just curious," I said. "Thanks, Ron." I went back upstairs. My hands were sweating. I paced around my apartment until it got dark, then forced myself to look out the window. The figure was there. But this time it was different. This time it had moved closer to the glass. I could see hands pressed against the window, long dark fingers splayed out. As I watched, frozen, it slowly tilted its head to one side at an impossible angle, like a puppet with broken strings. I slammed the blinds shut and booked a hotel room for the night. Grabbed some clothes and my laptop, practically ran out of the building. Spent the night lying awake in a sterile room at the Westin, jumping at every sound. The next morning I felt like an idiot. It was stress, that's all. Starting a new job in a new city, living alone. My mind was playing tricks on me. I went back to my apartment determined to be rational about the whole thing. The figure was still there, in broad daylight. Standing in the window, hands pressed against the glass, head tilted at that horrible angle. I called the police, told them I'd seen someone in the supposedly empty building. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I watched from my window as 2 officers went into the Marshall building. 20 minutes later, they came out and called me. "We did a full sweep of the 9th floor, the officer said. "All the apartments are completely empty. No signs of entry, no squatters, nothing. Windows are all locked from the inside. You sure you saw someone in there?" I thanked them and hung up. The figure was gone now, but I knew it would be back. I spent the rest of the day researching the Marshall building's history, looking for deaths, accidents, anything that might explain what I was seeing. Found nothing unusual, just typical Seattle apartment building stuff going back to the 1920s. That night I waited. 11 p.m. came and went. No figure. 11:30. Nothing. Maybe it was really just my imagination. Maybe the police presence had scared off whatever it was. At midnight I finally started to relax. Then I heard the tapping. Not from the window across the street, from my window. I turned slowly. The figure was there, on my side of the glass. Its face was inches from mine. This close, I could see that it wasn't just darkness. It was like looking into an endless void. Reality seemed to bend around it like it was pulling everything into itself. I ran. Didn't even grab my phone or keys. Just ran out of the apartment in my socks, down 8 flights of stairs because I couldn't make myself wait for the elevator. Burst out into the street gasping for air. When I looked up at my window, it was empty. But across the street, in the Marshall building, I saw movement. The figure was back in its usual spot. As I watched, it raised one hand and waved. Not a friendly wave. Its arm moved in jerky, unnatural motions, like someone learning how bodies work. I spent the next week sleeping on a friend's couch in Ballard, telling him I had a plumbing issue in my apartment. Every day I called the building management company that owned the Marshall building, trying to get information. Finally got through to someone who told me the renovation delays weren't just permit issues. 3 different construction crews had quit, refusing to work in the building. They wouldn't say why. I had to go back eventually. Couldn't impose on my friend forever. Couldn't afford more hotel rooms. But I made some changes first. Bought the heaviest blackout curtains I could find. Installed extra locks on my windows and doors. Set up security cameras covering every angle of my apartment. The first night back, I kept the curtains closed. The cameras showed nothing unusual. But at exactly 11 p.m., all the lights in my apartment went out. Not just the lights. My phone died, my laptop shut down. Everything electronic just stopped working. In the perfect darkness, I heard my blackout curtains slowly sliding open. The rod creaked as they moved, inch by inch. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. When the curtains were fully open, I saw it standing there in my apartment between me and the door. This time it spoke. The voice was wrong. Like multiple voices layered together, some too high, some too low. None of them quite human. "Why did you leave?" it asked. "Don't you want to be friends?" I threw the nearest thing I could grab, a coffee mug, straight at it. The mug passed right through and shattered against the wall. The figure flickered like a bad TV signal. "That wasn't very nice," it said. Its head started rotating, turning all the way around while its body stayed perfectly still. "I've been so patient waiting for you to invite me in. But you never did. So I had to invite myself." I found my voice. "What are you?" "I'm lonely," it said. Its mouth didn't move when it spoke. "This building is so empty now. Just me, floor after floor after floor. But then you moved in across the street, and you could see me. No one else can see me. Just you." It took a step toward me. Where its feet touched the floor, the hardwood seemed to ripple and distort. "Stay back," I said. My back was against the wall now. "But we're going to be such good friends," it said. "Best friends. Forever." It reached for me with those impossibly long fingers. I felt a cold so intense it burned. Everything went dark. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. The doctor said my neighbor had heard screaming and called 911. They found me unconscious in my apartment, severely hypothermic despite the warm spring weather. No sign of an intruder, nothing stolen, all doors and windows locked from the inside. I checked out of the hospital against medical advice as soon as I could walk, went straight to my apartment, packed everything I could fit in my car, and drove south. Didn't stop until I hit Portland. I'm in a new apartment now on the ground floor. No tall buildings nearby, no windows facing other windows. I keep the blinds closed at all times. But sometimes, late at night, I hear tapping on the glass. And when I force myself to look, I see a familiar dark shape reflected in the window, standing behind me. Its head tilted at an impossible angle. It followed me here. And I know now it will follow me anywhere. Because it was right about one thing. I'm the only one who can see it. And it's so very, very lonely. I should have walked past that box of junk at the flea market. But the sun hit those plastic cases just right and something made me stop. Now I can't sleep. My hands shake when I hear any kind of static. And I keep checking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there. Let me tell you exactly what happened. It was last Saturday, one of those bright October mornings when the air feels sharp in your lungs. I was killing time at the Winston Street flea market, not looking for anything specific, just browsing through other people's discarded stuff like I usually do on weekends. The cassettes sat in a cardboard box under a folding table. About 30 of them, all unmarked except for small paper labels with dates written in faded blue ink. The old woman running the stall wanted $5 for the whole box. She said they came from an estate sale, but didn't know anything else about them. I bought them mainly because I still had my dad's old Sony Walkman in a drawer somewhere at home. I forgot about the tapes until that night. I was cleaning out my closet, found the Walkman, and decided to test if it still worked. The batteries were dead, but I had some new ones. I grabbed the first tape from the box, labeled 6:15:82, and pressed play. At first, there was just quiet background noise, the kind you get on old recordings. Then a man's voice came through, speaking slowly and clearly like he was giving a lecture. He talked about mundane stuff, the weather, what he had for lunch, some book he was reading, normal diary entries. I was about to fast forward when I heard it. Behind his voice, barely audible, someone whispered, "David." My name. I hit stop, played it back. There it was again, crystal clear despite the tape's age. David. My hands got sweaty. I told myself it was a coincidence. Probably someone in the background of wherever this was recorded. I grabbed another tape dated 9/3/82 and put it in. This time it was a woman's voice reading what sounded like poetry, and there it was again, a different whisper, but definitely my name. David. David. I went through 5 more tapes that night. Each one had different main recordings. People talking about their days, reading books, having conversations. And in every single one, voices whispered my name in the background. Sometimes once, sometimes multiple times. Some whispers sounded angry, others pleading. One laughed while saying it. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed trying to figure out how this was possible. These tapes were recorded in 1982. I was born in 1990. How could they know my name? Sunday morning, I drove back to the flea market. The old woman's stall was empty. When I asked around, nobody knew who I was talking about. One vendor said he'd never seen anyone set up in that spot, even though I'd bought the tapes there just yesterday. Back home, I started documenting everything. I played each tape through headphones, noting the timestamps of every whisper. Some patterns emerged. The whispers never interrupted the main speaker. They always came during natural pauses or background noise. They grew more frequent in later dated tapes. The first one had 2 whispers. The last one I checked had 12. The voices were all different, but they all knew how to pronounce my name exactly right. David, not David like some people say it. Some whispers added words. David, listen. David, help. David, it's time. I called my parents that afternoon, casually asked if they'd ever been to the Winston Street flea market before I was born, or if they knew anyone who made tape recordings back then. They hadn't. I tried researching the dates written on the tapes. Nothing significant happened on any of them. No major events, no disasters, nothing that connected them. That night I decided to play the latest dated tape, 12/24/82. The main recording was a family Christmas Eve dinner. I could hear dishes clinking, people laughing, Christmas music in the background. The whispers started normally. David, David. Then at exactly 42 minutes in, all the background noise stopped. The family's voices cut out mid-sentence. In the complete silence, a chorus of whispers spoke together. David, we've been waiting for you. The tape kept playing, just silence and occasional static. I was about to stop it when I heard new voices, not whispers this time. Clear, normal voices having a conversation. Is he listening yet? Yes, he has the tapes. All of them? Not the last one. Not yet. Good. He's not ready. When? Soon. He'll know when. Then they started describing me, my apartment, what I was wearing right that moment, the half-empty coffee cup on my desk, the worn spot on my bedroom carpet, things they couldn't possibly know. I ripped the headphones off. My hands shook so bad I dropped the Walkman. It hit the floor and the battery compartment popped open. I haven't played any more tapes. They're sitting in that box in my closet right now. I can't bring myself to throw them away, but I'm scared to listen to the rest, especially the last one, dated 12/31/82. It's different from the others. The case is black instead of clear. The label is typed instead of handwritten. And it's the only one that's warm to the touch, like it's been sitting in the sun, even though it's been in my dark closet for days. Sometimes at night I swear I can hear whispers coming from that box. My name over and over, and other words I can't quite make out. Yesterday, I came home from work and found my Walkman on my bed. The black tape was inside it. I know I left both in the closet. I know I locked my apartment door. I haven't slept since then. I sit in my living room with all the lights on, watching the closet door. The whispers are getting louder. They don't need the tapes anymore. An hour ago, my phone rang. When I answered, I heard static. Then voices. The same ones from the Christmas Eve tape. It's time, David. Play the last one. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened. What's still happening. The black tape sits on my desk waiting. The whispers say they've been waiting for 40 years. They say I'm the only one who can hear them. They say they need my help. They say they're hungry. My hands are shaking as I type this. The whispers are clear now, even without the tapes. They're saying new things, telling me what they want me to do. The black tape grows warmer every hour. I can feel its heat from across the room. I know I shouldn't play it. Everything inside me screams not to play it, but I'm going to. God help me, I'm going to play it. I have to know. Even if knowing destroys me. I can hear the whispers getting excited. They know I've made my decision. The last tape is in my hands now. It pulses with heat like a living thing. I'm going to document what happens next. 11:42 p.m. The tape is in the Walkman. My fingers hover over the play button. 11:43 p.m. I can hear them so clearly now. Do it, David. Set us free. 11:44 p.m. The black tape is hot enough to burn my fingers. 11:45 p.m. Someone is knocking on my door. 11:46 p.m. The whispers have stopped. Complete silence. 11:47 p.m. The knocking is getting louder. I think I hear voices in the hallway calling my name. 11:48 p.m. My phone is ringing. Unknown number. 11:49 p.m. Every electronic device in my apartment just turned on at once. Static on all screens. 11:50 p.m. The power went out. I'm typing this on my phone's battery. 11:51 p.m. The knocking stopped. Everything stopped. 11:52 p.m. I'm going to play it now. If you're reading this, the rest of the document is a long string of random characters and symbols, followed by a single line of text. We are free. Thank you, David. I couldn't sleep again last night. The footsteps started at 3 a.m. like clockwork, back and forth across the ceiling of my bedroom, heavy boots on old wooden floors. I've lived in apartment 4B of the Blackwood building for 6 months now, and every single night the same thing happens. At first I thought nothing of it, just another neighbor with odd hours. But something about those footsteps isn't right. I lay in bed, staring at the water stains on my ceiling. The steps followed their usual pattern, 8 paces from what I assumed was the bedroom to the living room, a pause, then 8 paces back. The floorboards creaked with each step. The rhythm never changed, never stopped, never varied. My phone showed 4:13 a.m. when I finally snapped. I threw off my covers, pulled on a t-shirt, and stormed into the hallway. The building was dead quiet except for those damn footsteps above. The flickering fluorescent lights cast sharp shadows on the peeling wallpaper. I counted the steps to the stairwell. 23. My bare feet stuck slightly to the linoleum with each step. The 5th floor hallway was darker. Half the bulbs had burned out, and no one had bothered to replace them. The footsteps sounded louder here, coming from apartment 5B, directly above mine. I pounded on the door. The sound echoed through the empty corridor. No answer. The footsteps continued. I knocked again, harder this time. My knuckles hurt from hitting the solid wood. Still nothing. The steps kept going like the person inside couldn't hear me, or was ignoring me completely. "Hey," I shouted. "It's 4 a.m. Some of us are trying to sleep." The footsteps didn't miss a beat. 8 steps forward. Pause. 8 steps back. A door opened behind me. Mr. Garcia, the building superintendent, stood there in striped pajamas, holding a ring of keys. His gray hair stuck up on one side. "Mr. Thompson, what are you doing up here at this hour?" "Someone in 5B has been pacing for hours. Every night the same thing. I can't take it anymore." Mr. Garcia's forehead wrinkled. 5B? That's not possible. "What do you mean? I can hear them right now." I gestured at the door. The footsteps continued their relentless pattern. 5B has been empty for 3 years. No one's lived there since the Martinez family moved out. I stared at him. The footsteps echoed through the hallway. "But I hear... Here." He flipped through his keys and unlocked the door. The hinges creaked as it swung open. The apartment was completely empty. Dust covered the hardwood floors. No furniture, no people, just bare walls and cobwebs in the corners. But the footsteps kept going, clear as day, right in front of us. Mr. Garcia's face went pale. Without a word, he slammed the door shut and locked it. "The Martinez family," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "They left in the middle of the night. No notice, just disappeared. Left all their furniture behind. We had to clear it out ourselves." "Why did they leave?" He shook his head. "They said they saw things, heard things. The mother was hysterical. Said something was wrong with the place. I thought they were trying to break their lease." He glanced at the door. Maybe they weren't crazy after all. I went back to my apartment, but I couldn't sleep. I opened my laptop and started searching. The Blackwood building had been built in 1928. Nothing remarkable in its history, just a typical pre-war apartment building in a quiet neighborhood. But then I found an article from 1956 about a murder on the 5th floor. A man had killed his wife in 5B, then hanged himself in the bedroom. The article mentioned that neighbors had complained about noise, the sound of fighting, and later of footsteps pacing back and forth all night. The footsteps continued above me. 8 steps forward. Pause. 8 steps back. I called in sick to work the next day and went to the public library. The librarian helped me find more articles about the Blackwood building. In 1957, the first family to move into 5B after the murder left within a month. They claimed to hear footsteps at night. In 1962, another family moved out suddenly. 1975, same thing. 1988, 1994, 2003, 2021. The pattern repeated. Different families, different decades, same complaints. Always the footsteps, always at night. Some residents reported other things too. Cold spots in the bedroom, objects moving on their own, the sound of crying late at night. One woman in 1994 said she saw a man standing in her bedroom doorway, but when she turned on the light, no one was there. The Martinez family had lived there the longest, 8 months. According to an interview in a local paper, Mrs. Martinez said she started seeing the man too. He would stand in corners, watching them. Their daughter refused to sleep in her room. Their son said someone kept sitting on his bed at night. Mr. Martinez claimed he heard whispers when he was alone in the apartment. That night, the footsteps started at 3 a.m. again. I lay in bed listening. They seemed different now that I knew the history. Each step felt deliberate, angry. I imagined a man pacing, consumed by rage and guilt, repeating his last actions forever. I didn't sleep at all. When morning came, I called my landlord and gave my notice. He didn't seem surprised. Said he'd return my security deposit in full if I moved out by the end of the week. I started packing that day. As I was boxing up my books, something caught my eye. A dark shape in my bedroom doorway. I turned, but nothing was there. Just a shadow, I told myself. But the room felt colder. That night, the footsteps changed their pattern. Instead of staying in the living room area, they moved toward the bedroom, toward where the man had killed his wife. I pulled my blanket tighter around me. The steps got closer to the spot directly above my bed. Then they stopped. I held my breath, listening. The silence felt heavy, expectant. Then I heard it. The sound of floorboards creaking like someone was slowly turning in place. I had the terrible feeling that whatever was up there wasn't pacing anymore. It was listening, waiting. A soft thump came from the corner of my room. I jerked my head toward the sound. For a split second, I saw a dark figure standing there. Male, tall. Then it was gone. I jumped out of bed and ran to the light switch. My hands shook as I flipped it on. The corner was empty, but the air felt thick, like the atmosphere before a storm. The footsteps started again, but different this time. They moved from the spot above my bed to the corner where I'd seen the figure. 8 steps. The same 8 steps that had been driving me crazy for months. But now I understood. They weren't random pacing. They were a path. From the bedroom to the corner. The exact distance someone would walk if they were carrying something. Or someone. I spent the rest of the night in my car. The next day I did more research. The man who had killed his wife, James Sullivan, had strangled her in their bed, then carried her body to the corner of the bedroom. He left her there while he wrote a confession note. Then he hanged himself from a pipe in the ceiling. Their bodies weren't found for 3 days. I hired movers to pack up my apartment. I couldn't stand being there anymore. While they worked, I sat in my car across the street watching the building. From the outside, it looked normal, boring even. But I kept my eyes on the windows of 5B. As the sun set, I saw movement behind the dusty glass. A shadow passed back and forth. 8 steps forward, 8 steps back. Even from the street, I could see the pattern. The movers finished around 8 p.m. I did one final walkthrough of my empty apartment. Everything was gone except for some dust and a few scuff marks on the walls. I stood in the bedroom doorway looking at the corner where I'd seen the figure. The footsteps above had stopped for the first time since I moved in. As I turned to leave, the temperature dropped. My breath came out in a white cloud. The air felt heavy again, pressing against my skin. I heard a creak behind me. I ran, down the 23 steps to the stairwell, through the lobby, out to my car. As I pulled away from the curb, I looked up at 5B one last time. A man stood in the window watching me leave. Even from the street, I could see his face clearly. He smiled. I drove to a hotel and checked in for the night. Around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly. The room was silent. No footsteps, no creaking floorboards, just the hum of the air conditioner and distant traffic. I've found a new apartment across town. It's smaller, more expensive, and the commute is worse. But it's quiet at night. Sometimes I dream about those footsteps. 8 steps forward, 8 steps back. In the dreams, I'm not in my bed anymore. I'm upstairs in 5B watching a man pace. He carries something in his arms, something heavy. When he reaches the corner, he turns and looks at me and smiles. I checked the records again last week. 3 new families have tried to live in 5B since I left. None of them stayed longer than a month. The apartment is empty again now. But at night, if you stand on the street and look up at the windows, you can sometimes see a shadow moving back and forth. 8 steps forward, 8 steps back. Over and over until dawn. I drive by sometimes late at night when I can't sleep. I always count the windows up to 5B. Sometimes it's dark, but sometimes I see him there, pacing his eternal path. Once, he saw me watching. He stopped at the window and raised his hand like he was waving to an old friend. I don't drive by anymore. The superintendent, Mr. Garcia, quit his job last month. I ran into him at a coffee shop. He looked older, tired. He told me they can't keep tenants in 4B now either. People complain about footsteps in the middle of the night. Not from above this time, from the corners of the bedroom. They say it sounds like someone pacing. 8 steps forward, 8 steps back. I asked him if he'd ever seen anything in 5B during all his years working there. He was quiet for a long time. Then he told me about the night he had to clear out the Martinez family's abandoned furniture. He was alone in the apartment, dismantling a bed frame. He heard footsteps behind him. When he turned, he saw a man carrying something wrapped in a blanket. The man walked to the corner, set down his burden, and turned to face Mr. Garcia. Then he smiled. Mr. Garcia left everything there and ran. The building owner had to hire a cleaning company to finish the job. They did it during the day with all the windows open and lights on. Even then, 2 workers quit before the apartment was empty. I haven't been back to the Blackwood building in months, but sometimes late at night when my apartment is quiet, I think I hear something. Distant footsteps. 8 steps forward, 8 steps back. I tell myself it's just my imagination, just memories of that place playing tricks on me. But last night I woke up at 3 a.m. The air in my bedroom felt thick and cold, and there in the corner I saw a familiar shadow. It raised its hand in greeting. 8 steps forward, 8 steps back. I'm moving again next week. My hands are shaking as I type this. I need to get it all down while I still can. 3 weeks ago, I drove up the Oregon coast on what was supposed to be a relaxing photography trip. Now I sit in my darkened living room with all the curtains drawn, jumping at every sound. I know it's out there, watching, waiting, and it's all because of what happened at that damn lighthouse. I had just finished shooting some waves crashing against the cliffs when I spotted the old lighthouse jutting up from a rocky peninsula. The structure stood maybe 80 feet tall, its white paint peeling and gray with age. A chain-link fence surrounded the property, with no trespassing signs hanging at intervals, all of them weathered and rusted. The gate hung partially open. The cloudy afternoon light was perfect for the moody architectural shots I like to take. I grabbed my Canon DSLR from the passenger seat and walked up to the fence. The silence hit me first. No birds, no wind, just the distant crash of waves. My boots crunched on the gravel as I slipped through the gap in the gate. Dead weeds poked through cracks in the concrete path leading to the lighthouse. The door hung crooked on its hinges. I tried the handle, locked, but a broken window on the ground floor gave me a way in. I know I shouldn't have entered. The smart thing would have been to stay outside and just shoot the exterior, but I've always pushed boundaries to get the perfect shot. I had to duck to squeeze through the window frame. Glass crunched under my feet as I straightened up inside what looked like an old office. Paint peeled from the walls in long strips. Filing cabinets sat rusted in corners. A wooden desk had collapsed, its drawers spilling decades-old papers across the floor. My camera clicked as I captured the decay. The light streaming through grimy windows created stark shadows perfect for black and white photography. A narrow metal staircase spiraled up through the center of the lighthouse. Each step groaned under my weight as I climbed. The second floor contained what must have been living quarters. A iron-framed bed stood against one wall, its mattress black with mold. Broken dishes littered the floor near a small kitchen area. The musty smell of rot and decay filled my nose. More photos. The bed, a chair tipped on its side, shelves of old canned goods with labels too faded to read. The stairs continued up. 3rd floor, more storage space, empty except for some old rope and rusty tools. 4th floor, the lens room. Huge windows wrapped all the way around, many of them broken. The giant Fresnel lens that once guided ships to safety was gone, leaving just an empty metal frame. The late afternoon light streaked through the glass, creating patterns on the dusty floor. I spent maybe 20 minutes up there shooting different angles. The view of the coastline was incredible. I got some great shots of waves crashing against the rocks below. The sun was starting to set when I decided to head back down. That's when everything changed. I was reviewing the photos on my camera's LCD screen as I descended the spiral staircase. Something caught my eye in one of the lens room shots. I stopped on the stairs and zoomed in. There, in the corner of the frame, a dark figure stood by one of the broken windows, tall and thin, wearing what looked like some kind of coat. The image was grainy when zoomed in, but I could make out the basic shape. The figure seemed to be looking right at the camera, right at me. My hands started sweating. I knew I had been alone up there. I would have heard if someone else had climbed those creaky stairs. I quickly flipped through the other shots from the lens room. The figure wasn't in any of them, just that one frame. I nearly fell down the rest of the stairs in my rush to get out. My heart pounded as I squeezed back through the broken window and half ran to my car. The sun had almost set, casting long shadows across the lighthouse grounds. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was watching me. But I saw no one. The drive home took 3 hours. I tried to convince myself the figure in the photo was just a trick of light and shadow. Or maybe someone else had been exploring the lighthouse and I somehow hadn't noticed them. But deep down, I knew neither explanation made sense. I didn't look at the photos again until the next day. In the bright morning light of my home office, I transferred them to my computer and started editing. The lens room shots were actually quite good. The angular light, the geometric patterns of the window frames, the sweeping coastal views. Then I got to that one frame. My blood ran cold. The figure was clearer on my large monitor. Still grainy and indistinct, but I could see more detail. The coat appeared to be long and dark, possibly black. The figure's proportions seemed wrong somehow. The arms hung too low, the neck too long, and where the face should have been was just a dark smudge. I closed the photo and tried to put it out of my mind. I had other work to focus on, a backlog of wedding photos to edit, a corporate headshot session to prepare for. But I kept thinking about that figure. Several times I caught myself opening the file again, studying it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. 3 days passed. I was working late one night, editing photos at my desk. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of my computer. Movement caught my eye, something in my peripheral vision through the window to my right. I turned to look. A dark shape stood in my neighbor's yard, barely visible in the glow of a streetlight. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat. I jumped up so fast my chair crashed over. By the time I reached the window, the shape was gone. My hands shook as I locked the window and pulled the curtains closed. Had I really seen something? Or was my mind playing tricks influenced by that strange photo? But that was just the beginning. The next night I saw it again. This time in my backyard, standing motionless between my wife's rose bushes. I ran outside with a flashlight, nothing there. No footprints in the soft dirt, no broken branches or disturbed plants. My wife Sarah noticed my agitation. "You're jumping at every sound," she said over dinner. "What's going on?" I hadn't told her about the lighthouse photo or what I'd been seeing. How could I? It sounded crazy even in my own head. "Just stressed about work," I lied. "Big deadline coming up." She didn't believe me, I could tell, but she didn't push it. The sightings continued. Brief glimpses of that tall, dark figure always at the edge of my vision, standing beneath a tree across the street, looking in through the kitchen window late at night. Reflected in my car's side mirror as I drove to work. Each time I turned to look directly at it, it vanished. But I felt its presence lingering. I started having trouble sleeping. Every creak of the house settling made me bolt upright in bed. I installed security cameras and motion sensor lights around the property. They never caught anything unusual. A week after my lighthouse visit, Sarah left for a 4-day business trip. That's when things escalated. The first night alone in the house, I woke at 3 a.m. to footsteps in the hallway. Slow, heavy steps on the hardwood floor. I lay frozen in bed, ears straining. The steps moved past my bedroom door and continued down the hall, then stopped. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd started keeping beside the bed and crept to the door. My heart hammered so hard I could barely hear anything else. I yanked the door open, bat raised. The hallway was empty. But at the far end, the bathroom door slowly swung shut. I rushed down the hall and threw open the bathroom door. Empty. The window was locked from the inside. No way anything could have gotten out. I searched the entire house, all doors and windows secure, no sign of an intruder. But when I returned to my bedroom, I found long scratch marks in the wooden floor outside my door, fresh marks that hadn't been there before. I spent the rest of the night in my car, parked in a brightly lit grocery store lot. The next day I called in sick to work. I couldn't concentrate anyway. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. Around sunset, my phone buzzed. A notification from one of the security cameras. Motion detected in backyard. I pulled up the camera feed. The figure stood at the edge of my yard, partially hidden behind a tree. Even through the grainy infrared video, I could see its impossible proportions. Those two long arms. That stretched neck. And now I could see its face. Or rather, the lack of a face. Just smooth, dark blankness where features should be. The figure raised one grotesquely long arm and pointed directly at the camera. At me. The video feed cut to static. When it came back online seconds later, the figure was gone. But a new notification popped up. Motion detected at front door. Then, motion detected at side window. Then, motion detected at back door. It was circling the house. I ran to my car, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the keys. As I backed out of the driveway, I looked up at my bedroom window. The figure stood there watching me flee, its blank face pressed against the glass. I drove straight to Sarah's sister's house 2 hours away. Stayed there until Sarah returned from her trip. I told her someone had tried to break in, that I didn't feel safe in the house anymore. We're staying in a hotel now while looking for a new place. I haven't seen the figure in the past few days, but I know it's not over. Sometimes at night I catch a whiff of that musty lighthouse smell, and in quiet moments I swear I can hear slow footsteps climbing a metal spiral staircase. The photo that started it all is still on my computer. Sometimes I open it, studying that dark shape in the corner. And every time I look, it seems to be just a little closer to the camera, a little more in focus, a little more real. I don't know what I encountered in that lighthouse. I don't know why it followed me home or what it wants, but I know it's still out there, watching, waiting, and I know that sooner or later it will find me again. The first time I heard the whisper, I was on a business call with my supervisor. I almost missed it. A soft, barely audible murmur beneath her voice as she droned on about quarterly projections. I pressed the phone harder against my ear, but the sound faded as quickly as it had appeared. That was 3 weeks ago. Now I sit in my darkened living room at 3 a.m., staring at my phone on the coffee table like it's a loaded gun. It started ringing 2 minutes ago. I know who or what is calling. The same unknown number that's been haunting me for days. 55550194. My hands shake as I reach for it. I never should have answered that first whisper. I never should have investigated. But how could I have known? It all started normally enough. After that initial call with my supervisor, I noticed the whisper again during a call with my mother the next day. Just fragments of sound at first. Unintelligible, but definitely there. I cleaned my phone's speakers, checked for interference, even called my carrier to report the issue. The tech support guy ran some tests and found nothing wrong. Probably just network congestion or a bad connection, he said. Let us know if it persists. It did persist, and it got worse. Within days, the whispers became clearer, more distinct. Still quiet, but now I could make out words. That's when the cold fear first hit me, because the whispers weren't random. They were describing things, specific things, about me. Blue shirt today, it whispered during a call with my dentist's office. I froze, looking down at the powder blue button-down I was wearing. Coffee spilled on desk this morning, it murmured later that day while I talked to a client. My eyes darted to the brown stain on my desk that I'd been meaning to clean up. Forgot to lock car door again, it said during another call. I had, in fact, gone back to check my car in the parking lot just an hour before. My hands got sweaty every time I had to make or answer a call. My heart would race, waiting for that soft voice to slip in between the words of normal conversation. I started keeping detailed notes of every instance, trying to find a pattern. The whispers seemed random at first, commenting on what I was wearing, what I was doing, small mistakes or habits. But they grew more specific, more personal. Still miss her, don't you? it whispered during a call with my brother. I had been looking at an old photo of Sarah, my ex, just moments before the phone rang. Should have visited Dad more before he died. That one came during a work call. I had been thinking about my father's last days in hospice just that morning. I began recording all my calls, playing them back at high volume through headphones, trying to capture the whispers, but they never showed up in the recordings. I was the only one who could hear them. The breaking point came last week. I was on a call with my friend Mike when the voice whispered, "The gun is still in your nightstand drawer, right where you left it 10 years ago." I dropped the phone like it had burned me. I hadn't touched that gun since Sarah left, hadn't even thought about it in years. Nobody knew about it. I'd never told anyone. The voice laughed softly, a sound like dry leaves scraping across pavement. That's when I started investigating the number itself. Every call now came from 555-194, but when I tried calling it back, I got an automated message saying the number wasn't in service. I contacted every major carrier, but none had any record of the number being registered. I even hired a private investigator, paying him extra for urgent research. "This is weird," he told me 2 days later. "That number format shouldn't even exist in your area code. It's like it's coming from nowhere." I stopped answering calls altogether, turned my phone off, but it would turn itself back on and the calls would come. The whispers got longer, more detailed. They started describing things I was doing in real time. "Your hands are shaking again," it would say. "Your heart is beating 110 times per minute. You haven't slept in 37 hours. I ripped my phone apart, bought a new one, changed my number. The calls followed me. I could feel myself unraveling. I installed security cameras all over my house, but they showed nothing unusual. I was alone, always alone, with that whispering voice that knew everything about me. Last night, things escalated. I was trying to sleep when my phone rang. The voice didn't whisper this time. It spoke clearly, almost conversationally. "Do you remember July 15th, 2013? It asked. "The night you followed Sarah after you saw her with him? Remember what you almost did?" My stomach lurched. I had never told anyone about that night. Never admitted to anyone how close I'd come to something terrible. "You had the gun with you," the voice continued. "You sat in your car outside his apartment for 3 hours. You loaded it, unloaded it, loaded it again, but you drove away in the end. Good choice. Better than what you're thinking about doing right now." I hung up, but the phone immediately rang again, and again, and again. That brings me to now, sitting in my living room at 3 a.m. The phone is ringing. 555-0194. My hands are trembling as I pick it up. I have to know. I have to understand what this thing is, how it knows these things about me. "Hello?" My voice cracks. The whisper comes immediately, clearer than ever before. "You really want to know who I am?" "Yes." The word feels like ground glass in my throat. "Check your email." My laptop is on the coffee table. I open my email with shaking fingers. There's a new message from an address I don't recognize. Null. Null. The subject line is blank. I click it. Inside is a video file. The thumbnail shows my living room, my current living room right now. I press play. The camera angle is from the corner behind me. I watch myself on the screen, sitting on my couch, phone pressed to my ear. The timestamp in the corner shows it's live footage, but there are no cameras in that corner. I installed the security system myself. I know every camera location. I spin around, heart pounding. The corner is empty. "Keep watching," the voice whispers through the phone. On my laptop screen, I see myself turn to look at the corner. Then I see something step out of the shadows behind me. Something tall and dark that shouldn't be there. Can't be there. I feel breath on the back of my neck. "Remember when you used to watch Sarah through her windows?" The voice whispers, but not through the phone this time. "Remember how powerful that made you feel? Now you know how it feels to be the one watched." I try to run, but my legs won't move. On the laptop screen, I watch as the dark figure reaches for me. Its hand is inches from my shoulder. "We've been watching you for so long," it whispers. "All those secret moments, all those dark thoughts, all those things you think nobody knows about." I feel fingers brush my shoulder. Cold fingers. Too cold. But we know everything, don't we? We've always known. And now it's time for you to join us. After all, you're so good at watching people. You'll fit right in. The hand grips my shoulder. On the laptop screen, the figure's face comes into view. I see its features clearly for the first time. It's wearing my face, but its eyes are wrong. Empty. Black holes that seem to go on forever. I try to scream, but no sound comes out. The thing that wears my face leans closer, its breath like ice against my ear. "Time to make a choice," it whispers. "Just like that night with Sarah. But this time you don't get to drive away." The room grows colder, darker. The thing's grip tightens on my shoulder, and I feel myself being pulled backward, toward those empty black eyes that wear my face. My phone lies forgotten on the coffee table. It starts to ring one last time. The screen shows a number I know by heart now, 5550194. But this time I won't be answering. The darkness swallows me whole. When they found my body 3 days later, my phone was still ringing. The police report noted that I died of apparent heart failure, though they couldn't explain the look of absolute terror frozen on my face. They also couldn't explain the thousands of calls to my phone from a number that didn't exist, or the strange video found on my laptop, the one showing an empty living room with a timestamp matching my time of death. The case remains unsolved, but sometimes, late at night, phones ring in houses across the city. And if you listen carefully, you might hear a whisper on the line. It might even sound like my voice. Just remember, if you start hearing those whispers, don't investigate. Don't try to understand, and whatever you do, don't answer when that number calls. Because we're always watching, always listening, and we're so lonely here in the dark. We really want you to join us. Ring. Ring. Is that your phone? I shouldn't have taken that detour. That's what I keep telling myself now, sitting in this dark room trying to make sense of what happened that night. The doctors say writing it down might help. So here it is, every detail I can remember, exactly as it happened. I was driving back from a business conference in Chicago. The GPS said I had another 6 hours to Pittsburgh. Around 11 p.m., I hit construction on I-80. A state trooper waved traffic onto some county road detour. I didn't think twice about it, just followed the line of cars onto the exit. Except there weren't any cars in front of me anymore. I don't know when I lost them. The 2-lane road cut through cornfields, empty and straight. My headlights caught the stalks, dead and brown in late October. The dashboard clock read 11:42 p.m. I drove for an hour without seeing another vehicle. No houses, no lights except my high beams cutting through the dark. The radio picked up nothing but static. I checked my phone. No signal. The gas gauge showed half a tank. Plenty to get back to the highway wherever it was. The first time I passed the abandoned gas station, I barely noticed it. Just another dead business in the middle of nowhere. Rusty pumps, broken windows, faded Gulf sign hanging crooked. What caught my attention was the mile marker next to it, 237. I remembered that number because it matched my hotel room in Chicago. 20 minutes later, I saw another gas station. Same rusty pumps, same broken windows, same Gulf sign, same mile marker, 237. "That's weird," I said out loud. My voice sounded wrong in the quiet car. I glanced at the clock. 12:47 a.m. I kept driving. The road stayed empty and straight. Fields on both sides. No turns or intersections. Just darkness ahead and darkness behind. At 1:23 a.m. I passed the gas station again. Mile marker 237. The Gulf sign creaked in the wind. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I wasn't tired. I hadn't dozed off. I was driving straight ahead the whole time. This wasn't possible. I sped up to 70, then 80. The cornfields blurred past. I counted the minutes watching the road. At exactly 17 minutes, the gas station appeared again. Mile marker 237. No. I hit the brakes hard. The car skidded to a stop in the middle of the road. The engine idled. Wind rustled the corn. I pulled up Google Maps. No signal. I turned the car around, tires crunching on gravel. I'd go back the way I came. 20 minutes of driving. The gas station appeared in my headlights. Mile marker 237. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I tried to think logically. Roads don't loop in circles. There must be turns I wasn't seeing in the dark. I opened the glove box, pulled out a notepad and pen. I'd track everything. Time, landmarks, anything that could help me figure this out. 2:15 a.m. Past gas station. Counted telephone poles, one every 100 feet. 2:32 a.m. Gas station again. Same number of poles between stations. 2:49 a.m. Station. Gulf sign still creaking. 3:06 a.m. Station. Noticed broken Coke machine by door. 3:23 a.m. Station. Same Coke machine. The gas gauge now showed quarter tank. I had maybe 3 hours of fuel left. My throat felt dry. I needed to think. I pulled onto the gravel shoulder and killed the engine. Darkness pressed against the windows. The wind had picked up, making the cornstalks whisper. Something moved in my side mirror. A shadow, darker than the night. I whipped around to look through the back window. Nothing there. Tap, tap, tap. I jumped. Someone was knocking on my driver's side window. A face peered in. An old man with deep-set eyes and gray stubble. He wore a thick flannel jacket. His breath fogged the glass. My finger found the window control. I lowered it an inch. "You're not supposed to be here," he said. His voice was rough, like he hadn't used it in a long time. "I'm trying to get back to I-80, I said. "I took a detour and got lost." He shook his head. "No detour tonight. Highway's been clear all week." But I saw the construction. The state trooper. There ain't been no trooper out here in 20 years. He leaned closer to the window. "You need to leave. Now." "I've been trying. The road keeps looping. I keep passing the same gas station. That station burned down in '83. Nothing left but ashes." My skin went cold. I turned to look at the gas station, its broken windows clearly visible in my headlights. When I looked back, the old man was gone. I cranked the engine and floored it. The tires spun on gravel before catching. I didn't care which direction anymore, I just drove. The gas station appeared again, and again. The Gulf sign creaked. Mile marker 237 gleamed in my headlights. The gas gauge dropped to empty. The engine coughed and died. I coasted onto the shoulder. Silence filled the car. Wind rattled the corn. Shadows moved between the stalks. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't look this time. I knew what I'd see. "Last chance," the old man said through the glass. "You need to leave." "How?" My voice cracked. "The road just keeps going in circles. Not the road that's moving." He pointed at my chest. "You're the one going in circles. I don't understand. Think back. Really think. How'd you end up here?" I closed my eyes. The construction, the detour, the state trooper waving traffic off the highway. Except, I remembered headlights coming straight at me. The semi-truck drifting into my lane. The screech of brakes. The crash barrier rushing up to meet me. I opened my eyes. The old man watched me through the window. "There was an accident," I whispered. He nodded. "Bad one. They found your car wrapped around the barrier. Been in a coma 3 weeks now." "Am I?" "Not yet, but you can't stay here." He gestured at the road ahead. "This place is for folks who aren't ready to move on. Keep driving this loop long enough, you'll forget there was ever anything else. Just become another shadow in the corn." I saw them now, shapes moving between the stalks. People walking the same circles I'd been driving. Lost souls trapped in their own loops. "How do I leave?" "Same way you came in." He pointed back the way I'd driven. "But this time, don't turn away from the light." I started the car. The engine shouldn't have worked with an empty tank, but it hummed to life. "Thank you," I said. The old man stepped back from the window. "Good luck, son. Hope I don't see you out here again." I drove. The gas station appeared one last time. Mile marker 237. The Gulf sign creaked goodbye. Bright light filled my windshield. I didn't turn away this time. I woke up in the hospital. The doctors called it a miracle. They didn't believe my story about the road, the gas station, the old man. Said it was just coma dreams. But I know what happened. Sometimes late at night, I still hear the corn whispering. Still see shadows moving in dark places. Still remember mile marker 237 and the road that never ends. I don't take detours anymore. The doctors say I'm lucky to be alive. Maybe they're right. But sometimes I wonder about that old man, still walking that empty road. Wonder about the lost souls in the cornfields. Wonder if somewhere, in a place between here and gone, there's a Gulf sign creaking in the dark, counting the minutes until another lost driver finds their way home. But I try not to think about it too much. Some roads are better left untraveled. Some stories are better left untold. I'm just glad I found my way back. Most nights, anyway. But sometimes when I'm driving alone and the radio turns to static, I check my mirrors, just to make sure I'm not passing the same landmarks twice, just to make sure I'm still going forward, not in circles, just to make sure I'm really home. I shouldn't have bought that mirror. That's what I keep telling myself as I sit here in my living room, staring at the wall where it used to hang before I covered it with a sheet. My hands are shaking as I write this, but I need to get it all down. Maybe someone will read this and understand what happened. Maybe they'll believe me. It started 3 weeks ago. I was walking down Mason Street, killing time before a dentist appointment, when I passed this little antique shop I'd never noticed before. The window display caught my eye, not because it was fancy, but because it was so messy. Dusty furniture piled on top of each other, old brass lamps with crooked shades, and this mirror. The mirror wasn't anything special at first glance. About 4 feet tall, oval-shaped, with a simple dark wood frame. But something about it made me stop. Maybe it was the price tag, only $75 for what looked like a solid piece of furniture. Or maybe it was the way it reflected the street behind me, somehow making the ordinary scene look different, clearer, more real. I walked in. A bell jingled above the door, but nobody came out to greet me. The shop smelled like old books and furniture polish. Dust particles floated in the sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I made my way to the mirror, stepping around stacks of yellowed magazines and wooden chairs with missing legs. Up close, the frame had these small, carved details I hadn't noticed from outside, leaves and vines running along the edges. The glass itself was perfect, no scratches or spots, which was weird for something this old. An elderly man appeared so suddenly behind me that I jumped. He wore a brown cardigan and thick glasses that magnified his pale blue eyes. "Beautiful piece, isn't it?" he said. His voice was soft, almost whisper quiet. "German craftsmanship, late 1800s. "How much?" I asked, though I'd already seen the price tag. $75. He smiled. "A steal, really. These usually go for hundreds more." I should have asked why it was so cheap. I should have wondered why he seemed so eager to sell it. But all I could think about was how perfect it would look in my apartment. I bought it. He wrapped it in brown paper and helped me carry it to my car. I didn't even get his name. The first week was normal. I hung the mirror in my living room opposite my couch. It looked great there, adding some character to my otherwise plain apartment. I'd catch glimpses of myself as I walked past, heading to work in the morning, coming back tired in the evening. Nothing unusual. Then I started noticing things, small things at first. I was sitting on my couch one evening watching TV when I saw movement in the mirror from the corner of my eye. When I looked directly at it, there was nothing there, just my reflection and the empty room behind me. But when I looked away, I'd see it again. A shadow, a shape, something moving just at the edge of my vision. I told myself it was just my imagination, tricks of the light. But it kept happening.
One morning, as I was getting ready for work, I glanced in the mirror while tying my tie. There was someone standing behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly fell over. The room was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone. But I had seen it. A woman, I think, wearing something dark. She'd been standing right there, clear as day, watching me. I started avoiding the mirror. I'd take different routes through my apartment so I wouldn't have to walk past it.
When I had to go through the living room, I'd keep my eyes down. But sometimes I couldn't help looking. And every time I did, the figures got clearer. The woman appeared most often. Sometimes she'd just stand there. Other times she'd move around the room, looking at things, touching surfaces I knew were empty in the real world. Once she turned and looked directly at me. Her eyes were dark holes in her pale face. There were others too. An old man in a suit. A child holding something I couldn't quite make out. They never appeared in the real room, only in the mirror's reflection. And only when I was alone. I tried to take it down. The morning after I saw the child, I decided I'd had enough. I grabbed my tools and went to remove it from the wall. The screws wouldn't budge. I tried harder until the screwdriver slipped and cut my hand. The blood dripped onto the mirror's surface, and for a second, just a second, I swear I saw all of them standing behind me, watching. That's when I decided to go back to the antique shop. I still had the receipt somewhere. Maybe the old man could explain what was happening. The shop wasn't there. I mean, the building was there, but it was a coffee shop now. Had been for years, according to the barista I talked to. She'd worked there for 5 years and had never heard of an antique shop on that street. I went home and Googled antique shops in the area. None matched the one I remembered. I drove around for hours, thinking maybe I'd gotten the location wrong. Nothing. That night, things got worse. I was trying to sleep when I heard noises from the living room. Not the usual creaks and settling sounds of an old building. These were footsteps, multiple sets of them, walking around my apartment. I lay in bed, frozen. The footsteps got closer to my bedroom door. I could hear whispering now, too low to make out the words. The door handle started to turn. I shut my eyes tight. When I opened them again, the sun was up, and everything was normal. But when I walked into the living room, I saw something in the mirror that made my blood run cold. The reflection showed my living room, but not as it was now. The furniture was different, older. And there were people, lots of people, moving around. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothes, like something from 100 years ago. They were having some kind of party or gathering. I watched, unable to look away, as they moved around the room. They talked and laughed, though I couldn't hear them. One woman raised a glass and a toast. And then, slowly, one by one, they turned to look at me. Their faces changed. The flesh seemed to melt away, leaving behind hollow-eyed skulls that grinned at me with empty mouths. The room in the reflection grew darker, the walls decaying before my eyes. I ran out of the apartment, spent the whole day walking around the city trying to convince myself I was losing my mind. When I came back that evening, the mirror showed only my normal reflection. But I knew they were still there, waiting. I tried covering the mirror with a sheet. It worked for a while. But then I started seeing shapes moving behind the fabric, and the sheet would fall down on its own no matter how securely I fastened it. Last night, I saw something new in the mirror, something that finally made me understand what was happening. I was sitting on the couch, forcing myself to look at the mirror when the reflection changed. Instead of showing my living room, it showed tomorrow. I watched myself get up, get dressed, go to work. Normal morning routine. But then I saw myself crossing the street outside my office. I saw the car that ran the red light. I saw my body flying through the air. I saw my own death. That's why I'm writing this now. The mirror doesn't just show the past, it shows the future too. And I can't let that future happen. I called in sick to work. Didn't leave my apartment. The time when the accident was supposed to happen has passed, but I don't feel relieved. because now the mirror is showing something else. The figures are back, but they're not just standing around anymore. They're pointing at something behind me. When I turn around, there's nothing there. But in the mirror, I can see it. A dark shape, getting closer every time I look. The mirror won't come off the wall. I've tried everything. Hammers, crowbars, even tried to break the glass. Nothing works. The tools break, or my hands slip, or something interrupts me. It's like the mirror is protecting itself. The shape in the reflection is almost right behind me now. I can feel something cold on the back of my neck, but when I reach up to touch it, there's nothing there. I'm writing this as fast as I can because I don't think I have much time left. The mirror shows me sitting here writing these words, but in the reflection I can see what's standing behind me, reaching for my shoulder with hands that aren't hands at all. If you're reading this, don't buy any mirrors from antique shops that don't exist. Don't trust reflections that show more than they should. And whatever you do, don't look too long at the things that look back at you from the other side of the glass. I have to stop writing now. In the reflection, I can see what's about to happen. The dark shape is right behind me. And its face. Oh God. Its face. I never asked for any of this. The black car showed up 3 weeks ago, and that's when everything in my quiet life went to hell. I live at the end of Pine Grove Road, a dead-end street that winds through dense woods before reaching my property. The nearest neighbor is half a mile away. That's why I chose this place, and for the solitude, for the peace and quiet. Now that same isolation makes everything worse. The first time I noticed the car, I was heading out to work. It was parked about 50 feet from my driveway, a black Chrysler 300, clean but not new. Tinted windows, no special features that stood out. I didn't think much of it then. Maybe someone had car trouble, I thought. But when I came home 12 hours later, it was still there in exactly the same spot. The next morning, same thing, same spot, same car. I walked over to check it out. The windows were too dark to see inside. No one responded when I knocked. The license plate was covered in mud. Deliberately, I realized later. I called the local police, but they said they couldn't do anything unless the car was blocking traffic or showed signs of being abandoned. It wasn't, and it didn't. Day after day, it was there. Always in the same spot, always empty. I started taking pictures with my phone, documenting the time and date. I varied my schedule, leaving for work at different hours. Sometimes I'd drive past the spot at 3 a.m. just to see. The car was always there, like it was waiting. After 2 weeks, I installed security cameras around my property. The footage showed nothing unusual during the day, but at night, something changed. The first time I reviewed the overnight footage, my hands started shaking. At 2:17 a.m., the car's headlights came on. They stayed on for exactly 3 minutes, then went dark. No one got in or out. This happened 3 nights in a row. Last night, everything escalated. I was sitting in my living room watching TV with all the lights off. The clock on the cable box showed 11:43 p.m. when I saw movement through the window. The black car was moving. Slowly, maybe 5 miles per hour, it crept past my house. The street light at the end of my driveway gave me a clear view inside the car. The driver's seat was empty. My throat closed up. I couldn't breathe. I watched the car roll past, moving with perfect precision, maintaining its slow speed. It reached the end of my driveway, turned smoothly, and disappeared into the darkness. I didn't sleep. I sat in my chair with all the lights on, a baseball bat across my lap, jumping at every sound. My security cameras showed nothing, like the car had never been there at all. This morning, I almost called in sick to work, but I forced myself to stick to my routine. I grabbed my travel mug, filled it with coffee that I knew I wouldn't drink, and walked out to my car. That's when I saw it. A white piece of paper trapped under my windshield wiper. The paper was expensive, thick stock, like a wedding invitation. The message was typed in plain black letters. You will also be watched. I called in sick anyway, Spent the morning pacing, checking and rechecking the security footage. Called the police again. They took a report this time, but I could tell they didn't believe me. The officer kept giving me these looks like he was dealing with a crazy person. Maybe I am crazy, but I know what I saw. It's getting dark now. The black car isn't in its usual spot. I don't know if that makes things better or worse. My hands won't stop trembling. Every few minutes I get up and check the windows, even though I know it's stupid. The security camera feeds are running on my laptop, showing empty darkness. My phone rings. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. A few seconds later it rings again. Same number. On the third call I answer. Silence. Then a click and a computerized voice. "We see you, James." That's not my name. I hang up. The phone rings again immediately. I turn it off. My laptop screen flickers. All 4 security camera feeds go dark at once. When they come back on 3 seconds later, the black car is parked in my driveway. The engine is running. I can see the exhaust in the cold air. The driver's door opens slowly. Nobody gets out. It just stands open like an invitation. My chest feels tight. Sweat runs down my back despite the chill. The baseball bat is still in the living room. I should get it, but I can't look away from the screen. The open door, the empty seat, the running engine. A new message pops up on my laptop. No sender, no subject line. Just 3 words. Time to drive. I close the laptop. Open it again. The car is still there. The door is still open. My phone lights up on the desk. Another unknown number. The computerized voice doesn't wait for me to speak. The longer you wait, the worse it will be. "What do you want?" My voice cracks. "Get in the car, James." That's not my name. You have the wrong person. "We don't make mistakes. Get in the car." The line goes dead. Through the window, I can see the car idling in my driveway. The open door, the empty seat. Waiting. I check the kitchen drawers for a weapon. Find a large knife. It feels useless in my hand, but it's better than nothing. My legs are shaking as I walk to the front door. The porch light flickers and dies. All the lights in the house go out at once. The only illumination comes from the car's headlights, casting long shadows across my front yard. The engine purrs steadily. I step outside, holding the knife behind my back. The air is cold enough to make me gasp. "What is this?" I shout into the darkness. "What do you want from me?" No answer except the idle of the engine, the open door, the empty seat. My security cameras are useless now. The house phone is dead. Cell phone has no signal. I'm alone with the car and whatever is controlling it. I take 1 step toward the driveway, then another. The knife is slippery in my sweating hand. 10 feet from the car now. I can smell the exhaust, see the leather seats clearly in the dome light. The radio comes on suddenly, making me jump. Static at first, then that same computerized voice. "You can bring the knife if it makes you feel better. It won't matter." I almost run back to the house, but something stops me, the certainty that running would make things worse. They're watching me right now. They've been watching me all along, 5 feet from the car. The engine revs slightly, like an impatient sound. The radio crackles again. "Last chance to do this the easy way, James. I'm not..." "Get in." I get in. The leather seat is cold against my back. The door swings shut on its own, the sound final as a tomb. The knife falls from my numb fingers onto the floorboard. The steering wheel moves by itself, turning smoothly as the car backs out of my driveway. I try the door handle. Locked. Try the window controls. Dead. The radio speaks again. "Seatbelt, please. Safety first." I laugh. It sounds hysterical even to my own ears, but I fasten the seatbelt. The car accelerates smoothly onto the main road. "Where are we going?" No answer. The radio stays silent. The dashboard displays normal readings. Speed, fuel, temperature. Everything perfectly normal except for the empty driver's seat and the steering wheel that moves by itself. We drive for hours. out of my neighborhood onto the highway through towns I don't recognize. I lose track of time, lost track of direction. The car maintains a perfect speed, responds to traffic signals, changes lanes with mechanical precision. No other drivers seem to notice anything unusual about a car with no one behind the wheel. My phone is still dead. The knife lies on the floorboard. Useless. I've stopped trying the doors or windows. Just sit and watch the roads unreal ahead of us, lit by the steady headlights. Finally, after what feels like forever, the car exits the highway. We're in some kind of industrial area. Warehouses, loading docks, chain-link fences topped with razor wire. The streets are empty at this hour. Our headlights sweep across blank walls and locked gates. The car turns into a parking lot surrounded by high concrete walls. A gate rolls open automatically. We pass through into darkness. The engine stops. The headlights go out. Complete darkness except for the dim glow of the dashboard displays. The radio crackles one last time. "We'll be with you shortly, James. Welcome home." The dome light comes on. In its weak glow, I can finally see it. A small black box mounted under the dashboard, blinking with tiny red lights. Some kind of control system. I reach for it. I wouldn't do that. A new voice. Not from the radio this time. Someone in the back seat. I freeze, then slowly turn around. Empty. The back seat is empty. But I heard, "Up here." I look up at the rearview mirror. There's a face in it. Not my reflection, but someone else. Someone smiling. "Hello, James. We have so much to discuss." "I'm not James," I whisper. The smile widens. "Of course you are. You just don't remember yet. But you will. That's why we brought you home." The dome light goes out. In the sudden darkness, I hear doors opening. Multiple doors, footsteps on concrete, approaching the car from all directions. Time to remember who you really are. The car doors unlock with a smooth click. Light floods the parking lot. Harsh, clinical, fluorescent light that reveals men in dark suits surrounding the vehicle. One of them opens my door. "Please come with us, James. And don't worry about the knife. Like we said, it won't matter." I get out of the car. What choice do I have? The men form a circle around me. Their faces are blank, professional. One of them holds up a badge, but I can't focus on it. The letters swim before my eyes. "The recovery was successful," one of them says into a radio. "Subject is secure. Beginning phase 2. They lead me toward a metal door set into the concrete wall. Above it, in simple block letters, Department of Temporal Security Recovery Division. "I don't understand," I say. "You will." The man with the badge puts a hand on my shoulder. "The memories will return once we start the procedure. You've been hiding from yourself for a long time, James, but you can't run from who you are, or when you are." The metal door opens. Beyond it, a long white corridor stretches into infinity. They guide me forward, into the light. "Welcome back to 2157, Agent. We've missed you." The door closes behind us with a sound like the end of one world and the beginning of another. The last thing I see is the black car, sitting silent in the parking lot, its job complete. My job, I realize suddenly, remembering other missions, other times, other lives, other names that were never really mine. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel when I first saw it in the rearview mirror. The clock on my dashboard showed 2:17 a.m. I was driving my 2008 Honda Civic on Route 23, about 40 miles outside of Burlington, Vermont. No other cars on the road, no houses, no lights except my headlights cutting through the darkness ahead and the dim green glow from my instrument panel. I'd been on the road for 6 hours, heading back from a failed business meeting in Montreal. The radio had stopped picking up signals an hour ago. The only sound was the hum of tires on asphalt and the rattling of my coffee cup in the holder. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just road fatigue making my eyes play tricks. A dark shape moving behind my car, maybe 50 feet back. It wasn't running exactly, more like sliding or gliding over the pavement. The movement was too smooth, too fast for anything on legs. I blinked hard and looked again. The shape was closer now, maybe 30 feet behind me. I pressed the gas pedal harder. The speedometer needle climbed from 65 to 70, then 75. The engine whined in protest. The thing kept pace easily. In the dim red glow of my taillights, I could make out more details. It was about the size of a large dog, but that's where any resemblance to anything normal ended. Its body was dark, not just black, but like a hole in the night. The edges of it seemed to blur and shift. No eyes that I could see, no face. Just that dark mass moving behind my car. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat ran down my back, making my shirt stick to the seat. I pushed the car to 80, then 85. The steering wheel vibrated under my hands. The old Honda wasn't made for these speeds. The creature matched my speed without effort. 20 feet behind me now. I could see it better in my mirrors, though my brain didn't want to process what I was seeing. The thing's surface rippled like oil on water. Occasionally, what looked like tentacles or limbs would emerge from its mass, then melt back in. I grabbed my phone from the passenger seat. No signal. Of course there was no signal. I was in the middle of nowhere, Vermont, at 2 a.m. being chased by something impossible. The road curved ahead. I took it too fast. The tires squealed. For a second I thought I was going to lose control, but I managed to keep it together. When I checked the mirror again, the thing was closer. 15 feet now. I tried to think logically. I had a half tank of gas. The next town was... I tried to remember the last road sign I'd seen. 20 miles, maybe? Could I make it? The thing was still closing the distance. 10 feet now. My hands were so wet with sweat that they kept slipping on the wheel. I wiped them on my jeans one at a time, never taking my eyes off the road for more than a split second. The speedometer showed 90. The car shuddered. A warning light came on. The engine was overheating. I checked the mirror again. The creature was right behind my bumper now, close enough that I could see how wrong it looked. The way it moved defied physics. It flowed over the road like liquid but held its shape, like a living shadow, but with mass and depth. Something hit the back of my car. The whole vehicle shuddered. A sound like fingernails on metal came from behind me. I yelled. I couldn't help it. Pure animal panic took over. I pushed the gas pedal all the way down. The engine made a horrible grinding noise. The speedometer passed 95. Everything was vibrating. The warning lights on my dashboard were going crazy. Check engine, oil pressure, temperature, all flashing red. Another hit from behind, harder this time. The car swerved. I fought to keep it on the road. In the mirror, I saw something dark flowing up over my trunk. Like thick black syrup, but moving against gravity. A tendril of it reached toward my back window. I did the only thing I could think of. I slammed on the brakes. Physics took over. The car's nose dipped down hard. The tires screamed. The seatbelt cut into my chest. Everything in the car flew forward. My coffee cup, my phone, papers from the business meeting. In the mirror, I saw the dark mass shoot forward over my car. It hadn't expected the sudden stop. For a second, it hung in the air ahead of me, its shape twisting and stretching in ways that made my eyes hurt. Then it hit the road and splattered like a water balloon. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I yanked the wheel hard, spinning the car around 180 degrees. The tires left rubber on the asphalt. As soon as the car was pointed back the way I'd come, I floored it again. The engine coughed and struggled. Steam was coming from under the hood now. The temperature gauge was in the red, but the car moved. I pushed it as fast as it would go. In my mirrors, I could see the black mass reforming on the road where it had hit. It pulled itself back together like mercury drops flowing into each other. Then it started moving again, coming after me. The car was dying. Black smoke poured from the engine. The steering wheel was shaking so hard I could barely hold it. But I could see lights ahead now. The glow of a town or a gas station or something. Anything was better than being alone on this dark road. The thing was gaining on me again. Faster than before. Like it was angry. 50 feet. 40. 30. The engine made a sound like a gunshot. More warning lights flashed on the dashboard. The car started to lose power. 20 feet behind me now. The town lights were closer, but not close enough. The engine sputtered. The car started to slow down. 15 feet. 10. I could hear something scraping on the road behind me, like wet meat being dragged on pavement. 5 feet. The engine died completely. The power steering went out. I wrestled with the wheel, trying to keep the car straight as it coasted. The lights were maybe half a mile ahead. In the mirror, I saw the creature rear up behind my car like a wave about to break. Then my headlights hit a reflective sign. Welcome to Millbrook. Speed limit, 35. Past the sign, I could see buildings. Streetlights. A 24-hour gas station with its fluorescent glare cutting through the night. The thing behind me stopped. Just stopped, like it had hit an invisible wall. As my car coasted toward the town, I watched in the mirror as the creature seemed to collapse in on itself, shrinking down and down until it was just a point of absolute darkness on the road. Then that winked out too, like someone had turned off a light. My car rolled to a stop right at the edge of town. The engine was dead. Steam poured from under the hood. All the warning lights were on. But I was alive. I sat there for a long time, shaking, waiting for my heart to slow down. Cars started passing me on the road. Early morning commuters heading to work. Normal people in their normal lives who had no idea what was out there in the dark. When I could trust my legs again, I got out and looked at my car. The back was covered in scratches, deep gouges in the metal that looked like claw marks. The trunk lid was dented and warped. The bumper was half torn off. Evidence that it had been real, that I hadn't imagined it. I walked to the gas station and called a tow truck. The mechanic who came to get my car whistled when he saw the damage. "Hit a deer?" he asked. "Something like that," I said. He gave me a ride into town. I got a room at the local motel and slept until afternoon. When I woke up, I went to the library and looked through local newspapers and history books. I found stories, old stories about things that chased cars on that stretch of Route 23. Stories about people who disappeared on that road. Most of them were dismissed as urban legends or blamed on drunk driving. I knew better now. I knew what was out there. I had my car towed to a garage in Burlington. The mechanic there said the engine was destroyed. Thrown rod, cracked block, melted pistons. The cost to fix it would be more than the car was worth. I bought a new car instead, a faster one. I drive that road sometimes, but only during the day. Never at night. Never alone. And I always watch my mirrors, looking for that dark shape that moves too fast and too smooth. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I see it in the shadows of my room. But it never comes into town, never comes near lights or people. It's still out there, though, on that lonely stretch of Route 23, waiting for the next car driving through the dark, waiting for the next person who doesn't know what lurks on empty roads at night. I've thought about reporting it to someone, the police, the state government, paranormal researchers. But who would believe me? What would I say? There's a living shadow chasing cars on Route 23. They'd think I was crazy, or drunk, or both. So I keep quiet. But I warn people when I can. Tell them to stay off that road at night. Most don't listen. They laugh it off. That's fine. I was like that once too. The mechanic in Burlington finished fixing my new car last week. Added some extra horsepower, better cooling system, reinforced rear bumper, just in case. Because I know someday I'll have to drive that road at night again. And when I do, I want to be ready. The scratches are still on my old car, sitting in the junkyard. The mechanic offered to fix them, but I said no. I keep the pictures on my phone. Evidence. A reminder. Because sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed, I start to doubt my own memory. Start to think maybe it was all just road fatigue or an hallucination. Then I look at those pictures. Those impossible claw marks in solid metal. And I remember that thing in my mirror, flowing over the road like liquid darkness. I remember the sound it made, like wet meat on pavement. I remember how it moved, too fast, too smooth, too wrong. And I know it was real. I know it's still out there. So if you're ever driving on Route 23 outside Burlington late at night, and you see something dark in your mirror, something that moves too smoothly, too quickly, don't slow down. Don't stop. Just drive. Drive as fast as you can toward the nearest town, toward the lights, and pray your car is fast enough. Because that thing behind you, it's faster than you think. And it's hungry. I know, I survived. Others haven't been so lucky. The police reports call them missing persons, abandoned vehicles. No signs of foul play, just empty cars on an empty road. But I know what really happened to them. I know what's really out there in the dark. And now so do you. Just remember, stay off Route 23 at night. Stick to the highways, the well-lit roads, because once that thing starts chasing you, there's only two ways it ends. You either make it to town like I did, or you become another empty car on an empty road. Your choice. Just don't say I didn't warn you. I should have died that night in the Adirondacks. Most people wouldn't believe what happened to me out there, and I don't blame them. I barely believe it myself. But every detail is burned into my brain, clear as day. I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. And I know it was real. I'd been solo camping for 15 years since I was 20. Nothing fancy, just me, my gear, and the wilderness. No cell service, no GPS, just old-school map and compass. I knew what I was doing. At least I thought I did. It was late October. The weather report showed clear skies and temperatures in the mid-40s. Perfect camping weather. I parked my truck at a remote trailhead about 30 miles west of Lake Placid. The sun was still high when I started hiking, my pack loaded with 3 days' worth of supplies. After 4 hours on the trail, I found a good spot to set up camp. A small clearing on high ground, surrounded by old-growth pine and maple trees. A stream gurgled about 50 yards away, close enough for water, far enough to avoid any flooding if it rained. The ground was flat and mostly clear of rocks. I'd camped in hundreds of spots like this before. I pitched my tent, collected firewood, and set up my camp kitchen before dark. The October sun dropped fast behind the mountains. The temperature fell with it. I pulled on my fleece jacket and got a fire going. The flames crackled. Sparks drifted up toward the emerging stars. The full moon rose huge and bright over the tree line. Its light was so strong I could see my shadow on the ground. I heated up some freeze-dried beef stew, ate it straight from the pouch, and cracked open a beer I'd packed in. The forest was quiet except for the usual sounds: wind in the trees, occasional owl calls, small animals moving through the undergrowth. Around 10 p.m., I banked the fire and crawled into my sleeping bag. The temperature had dropped into the mid-30s. My breath made little clouds inside the tent. I fell asleep fast, worn out from the hike. A sound woke me. Something heavy moving through the woods. My watch showed 2:17 a.m. The full moon still lit up the forest like a spotlight. At first I thought it was a deer. They often move around at night, and I'd seen plenty on my trips. But this sound was different. The footsteps were too heavy, too deliberate. And there was something else. A wet, snuffling noise, like a dog with a cold. I lay still in my sleeping bag, listening. The sounds got closer. Whatever it was big. Bear big. But bears don't move like that. Bears crash through the undergrowth, snap branches, rustle leaves. This thing moved quietly for its size. Just slow, heavy footsteps and that weird snuffling. The footsteps stopped. I heard deep breathing, somewhere between a wheeze and a growl. It came from the other side of my tent, maybe 15 feet away. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I needed to see what it was. I had to know. Moving as slowly as I could, I unzipped my sleeping bag. The nylon made a sound like tearing paper, impossibly loud in the quiet night. The breathing outside stopped. I froze. Seconds stretched like hours. Then the breathing started again, closer now. 10 feet away, maybe less. I reached for my flashlight with shaking hands. My hunting knife lay next to it, 8 inches of carbon steel. Fat lot of good it would do against something that big. The thing moved again. Its footsteps circled my tent, slow and methodical. I could hear it sniffing the air. The canvas wall bulged inward as it brushed against it. My fingers closed around the flashlight. I clicked it on, pointing it at the tent wall. The shadow I saw wasn't possible. It stood at least 9 feet tall, but that wasn't the worst part. The proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, hanging down past where knees should be. The head was huge and misshapen, like someone had stuck a pumpkin on a telephone pole. I stopped breathing. The thing stopped moving too. It knew I was awake. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then it made a sound. Not a growl, not a roar, but a kind of wet, clicking noise, like someone working their tongue against the roof of their mouth. The sound got faster, louder. I had to move. Had to do something. The tent felt like a body bag. I grabbed my knife and burst out of the sleeping bag. The tent zipper caught halfway up. I yanked it hard enough to break teeth off the track. The clicking stopped. I exploded out of the tent, flashlight beam sweeping the clearing. Nothing. Just empty woods and moonlight. Then I heard it behind me. I spun around. The flashlight beam caught it full on, and my brain short-circuited. It was tall. So tall the trees behind it looked small. The body was wrong. Too thin, joints bent backward, skin like wet leather. But the face, Jesus Christ, the face. It had too many eyes, all different sizes, scattered across what should have been a forehead. No nose, just 2 vertical slits. The mouth was full of teeth like broken glass, arranged in concentric circles. The thing's eyes reflected my flashlight beam like a cat's, all of them glowing red-orange in the dark. I ran. I left everything, tent, sleeping bag, supplies. Just took off into the woods with my flashlight and knife. The thing came after me. I could hear it moving through the trees, that wet, clicking sound getting closer. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life. Branches whipped my face. I tripped over roots and rocks, got up, kept running. My lungs burned. The clicking got louder. Something grabbed my jacket from behind. I felt claws catch in the fabric. I yanked away hard, heard the fleece rip, kept running. The ground sloped down sharply. I lost my footing, started sliding. The flashlight flew from my hand. I tumbled down the hill in the dark, bouncing off trees, rolling over rocks. I hit bottom hard. Pain shot through my left arm. Something warm ran down my face. Blood from somewhere. I couldn't see. The flashlight was gone. The clicking sound came from above me, close, getting closer. I scrambled to my feet. My left arm wouldn't work right. Probably broken. I still had my knife in my right hand. Moonlight filtered through the trees. I could just make out shapes. One of them moved. It was coming down the hill. I backed away, then turned and ran again. No idea which direction. Just away from that thing. The clicking followed. A root caught my foot. I went down hard, face first into dead leaves. Before I could get up, something grabbed my legs. The claws felt like hot needles going into my calves. I screamed, tried to kick free. The grip tightened. It started dragging me backward. I could smell it now, like rotten meat and wet fur. The clicking sound was right above me. I twisted around, slashing blindly with the knife. I felt it connect, bite into something soft. Hot liquid splashed my hand. The thing screamed. The sound was like metal grinding on metal, high-pitched enough to make my teeth hurt. The claws let go. I scrambled away on hands and knees, then got to my feet. Ran again. The screaming continued behind me, then changed to that clicking sound. Faster now, angry. A light appeared ahead. Moonlight on water. I burst out of the trees onto the bank of a wide stream, the same one near my campsite, but farther downstream. The water looked deep, fast-moving. Rocks broke the surface. The other bank was at least 30 feet away. The clicking got closer. Branches snapped behind me. I jumped. The water hit me like a punch in the chest. It was snow-melt cold. The current grabbed me, pulled me under. I fought my way back to the surface, gasping. The thing stood on the bank. All its eyes glowed in the moonlight. It paced back and forth, making that clicking sound. The current swept me downstream. The thing followed along the bank, keeping pace easily with those long legs, waiting for me to come out. My clothes were soaked, pulling me down. The cold water sucked my strength away. I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. But I kept swimming, letting the current carry me while I angled toward the far bank. The thing clicked faster, agitated. It reached out with one of those impossibly long arms. Claws like steak knives caught the moonlight. I was almost across. The water was shallow enough to stand, but my legs wouldn't work right. Too cold. I crawled through the shallows on hands and knees. The thing crouched on its bank, coiling those backward-jointed legs, getting ready to jump. I fell forward onto rocks and mud, dragged myself up the bank. Water streamed off me. I could barely move. The clicking stopped. I looked back. The thing was gone. For a few seconds, nothing moved except the water. Then I heard it, that wet clicking sound, coming from downstream, getting closer. It had crossed somewhere else. I forced my frozen legs to move, stumbled into the trees. I had no idea where I was, which direction to go. Just away from that sound. The woods blurred around me. Everything hurt. I was so cold I couldn't think straight. But I kept moving. The clicking followed. Sometimes it seemed far away, sometimes right behind me. The thing was toying with me, hurting me. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. The moon set. The woods got darker. I bounced off trees, fell, got up, kept going. Then I saw lights through the trees. Not moonlight, artificial light. A road. The clicking got louder, closer, right behind me. I burst out of the woods onto asphalt. A car was coming, headlights sweeping the road. I ran into the middle of the lane, waving my arms. The car swerved, brakes squealing. It stopped a few feet from me. The clicking sound came from the tree line. Close. The driver's door opened. An old man got out. "Jesus Christ, son. Are you okay?" I tried to answer but couldn't get words out. Just pointed at the woods with a shaking hand. The man looked where I was pointing. His eyes went wide. I turned around. The thing stood at the edge of the trees. All its eyes glowed in the headlights. The mouth full of broken glass teeth opened in what might have been a smile. The old man screamed. I heard his car door slam, engine revving. The thing took a step forward. In the headlights, I could see it clearly for the first time. The wet leather skin was covered in patterns like crop circles. Black liquid dripped from where I'd stabbed it. The arms nearly touched the ground, ending in foot-long claws. The car engine roared behind me. Tires squealed on asphalt. The thing took another step. The clicking sound filled my head. Headlights swept across it as the car accelerated. The old man was trying to hit it. The thing moved faster than anything that big should be able to move. It leaped straight up, impossibly high. The car passed under it, skidded, kept going. I watched the taillights disappear around a curve. The thing landed on all fours like a spider. It straightened up slowly, unfolding to its full height. This was it. I was done. Too cold to run anymore. No weapon, no help coming. The thing stepped onto the road, clicking, moving toward me with that weird, backward-jointed walk. Headlights appeared around the curve. Not the old man's car. Bigger lights, up higher. A truck. The thing stopped. All its eyes swiveled toward the approaching vehicle. An air horn blasted long and loud. The truck was a big rig coming fast. The horn kept blaring. The thing made that metal-grinding scream again. It turned and bounded back into the woods, moving like a spider on stilts. The trees swallowed it up. The truck's brakes hissed. It stopped next to me, engine idling. A door opened high above me. "You okay, buddy?" Some old guy flagged me down back there. Said someone needed help. I tried to answer. The world tilted sideways. The asphalt came up to meet me. I woke up in a hospital in Lake Placid. They told me I had hypothermia, a broken arm, and claw marks on my legs that needed 53 stitches. They asked what happened. I told them I fell down a hill running from a bear. The police found my campsite. Everything was shredded: tent, sleeping bag, backpack. They said it must have been a big bear. I nodded and didn't argue. That was 3 years ago. I haven't been camping since. Sometimes I dream about that clicking sound, about those wrong-shaped eyes reflecting moonlight. I wake up sweating no matter how cold it is. I know what I saw that night. The old man saw it too, and the trucker must have caught a glimpse. But we don't talk about it. Who would believe us? I still have the knife I stabbed it with. The blade is stained black, and nothing will clean it off. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear clicking sounds outside my window. I keep the knife close, and I never go out under a full moon.
this.